Chapter 180. Under Yuhao's arrangements, Nana and the freed holy servants left the Sun-Moon Empire with the envelopes. Yuhao also reported the Holy Ghost religion to Fan Yu, and Fan Yu reported it to Shrek. At the Shrek Academy, Shrek and the others immediately took action. Of course, they didn't gain anything. Time passed quickly, and Yuhao had been studying in the Sun-Moon Empire for almost 2 years in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he was already thinking about how to create the 2 items that he was looking forward to. If these 2 items were created, they would be epic-making products. If Yuhao remembered correctly, the first item would be widely used thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. As for the second item, Yuhao was sure that no one would dare to claim that they could create it even after 10,000 years. Of course, other than thinking about these things, Ji Juechen and Jing Zian were also constantly looking for him. Even though they were always the losers, they still benefited a lot. Even though Ji Juechen had the Tao Divine Sword, the sword spirit had always sealed its own strength. Ji Juechen was also slowly undoing these seals. One day, Kaitu came to see Yuhao. He told him that there was a surprise waiting for him at the entrance of the academy. Yuhao was slightly stunned. After that, he realized who it was. He hurriedly followed Kaitu to the entrance of the academy. After all, there were holidays and he could go out. He was 16 this year, and he had finally grown to a height of 1.7 meters. Over the past few years, he had set aside his cultivation to focus on soul tools. In any case, he could automatically cultivate at any time with his soul core and bloodline soul core. His soul power was at the peak of rank 69 right now. Yes, Yuhao had formed a new soul core. His previous soul core had disappeared, and he was about to form a new one. Furthermore, he had formed a new soul core before he became a soul sage. It was a spiritual type soul core. It was even stronger than before. As for the bloodline soul core, Yuhao had discovered it by himself. He had fused the blood of the dragons in his body together and formed something similar to a soul power vortex in his chest. He was very surprised at the time and named it the bloodline vortex. Finally, after several days of hard work, he managed to condense a thumb-sized rhombus-shaped object that resembled a soul core. It was a mixture of many different colors, and he called it a bloodline soul core. Yuhao's incident was recorded in the annals of history. 10,000 years later, many people tried to form a soul core, but all of them failed, except for Yuhao saw Ji Juechen and Jing Zian when he reached the door. Of course, he couldn't be bothered with them. He wanted to meet Tang Dong immediately. However, Ji Juechen and Jing Zian were forced to follow him. The moment they stepped out of the academy, they heard a furious roar. Who dares to bully this young master's brother? A dazzling golden light flashed and turned into countless blades of light in the air. They blocked Jing Zian and Ji Juechen, who were rushing out of the academy. Ji Juechen subconsciously pulled out his Tao God sword and slashed it a few times. Sharp sword chi instantly turned into many crescents that flew out and struck the blades of light. Boom! 2 frightening auras clashed, and Ji Juechen and Jing Zian took a few steps back. Ji Juechen was a little shocked as he looked at the person who had attacked. He had dazzling platinum-colored dragon wings and dragon horns, and his platinum-colored hair fluttered in the air. He was so handsome that it took one's breath away. His skin was very fair, and his figure was perfectly proportioned. He also had an otherworldly aura. 6 soul rings revolved around him, 5 black and 1 red. It was a frightening combination of soul rings. That person hurriedly stood in front of Yuhao and glared furiously at Ji Juechen and the others. You people from the Sun-Moon Empire are really bold. How dare you bully this young master's brother? After he finished speaking, he was about to attack. Wasn't this person Tang Dong? Jing Zian was a girl who didn't care about handsome guys. However, she was a little stunned as she looked at this extremely handsome man in front of her. Ji Juechen squinted his eyes because of the strength that his opponent exuded. He seemed like he was about to raise his Tao God sword at any moment. This person was a strong enemy. Tang Dong, you've misunderstood. Yuhao hurriedly pulled Tang Dong back. Misunderstood? Aren't they enemies? Tang Dong was a little confused. Yuhao laughed bitterly and explained a little. Tang Dong finally understood. He bowed elegantly and apologized. I'm very sorry. I've treated you as enemies. You are very strong. Ji Juechen looked at him. Tang Dong was slightly stunned. After that, he laughed and said, You're very strong too. Please spar with me. Ji Juechen looked at him and said. He had sparred with Yuhao every day. He also wanted to spar with other powerful individuals. However, Tang Dong gave him an invisible pressure. It seemed like he was only slightly stronger than Yuhao. However, the gap wasn't very big. Ignore him. He's a lunatic. He Kaitu said from one side. However, Tang Dong suddenly said, All right. However, I want 2 against 2. The 2 of you will fight me and Yuhao. After torturing Ji Juechen and the others, Yuhao and Tang Dong left the Sun Moon Soul Engineering Academy. Tang Dong was the one who wanted to bring him to the Clear Sky Sect. Heavenly Soul Empire. 2 figures could be seen cutting across the sky 1,000 meters in the sky. One was white gold and the other was icy blue. Weren't those 2 figures Yuhao and Tang Dong? They had been out for a long time. They even helped Zhu Zi along the way. It seemed like Zhu Zi's army had met with some trouble, so they settled it. They even eavesdropped for an entire day. A huge mountain appeared in Yuhao's field of vision. Not only was this mountain majestic, but it was also very steep. Almost 3 sides of the mountain were vertical, as if they had been carved by a knife. Only one side was relatively flat. However, that was only in comparison to the other 3 sides. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to climb it. Only the side of the mountain that was relatively flat had some vegetation. This steep mountain was surrounded by a chain of mountains. However, even the tallest mountain was only halfway up the mountain. The sea of clouds was ethereal and drifted above these mountains. The steep mountain peak was only visible below the sea of clouds. Above the sea of clouds, one could only see it through the clouds. Hey! Why aren't you tired? Haven't your soul power been depleted? Tang Dong asked Yuhao in front of him. I'm not tired. The temperature here is quite low. Yuhao replied. There was a majestic castle at the top of the mountain. The gray castle was filled with an ancient aura. It seemed like it would rise to the top. There were 3 words on the arched gate of the castle, Clear Sky Castle. The 2 of them entered. Speaking of which, aren't you surprised? Tang Dong asked Yuhao. Yuhao shook his head. It wasn't like he hadn't been to this place before. Furthermore, he could enter and exit the slaughtering grounds freely. He had also unlocked the first 4 layers of his memory. There was nothing to be surprised about. You're back, little Dong? Who are you? At this moment, a sonorous voice rang out from within the castle. A tall figure appeared in front of the 2 of them. It was an extremely muscular middle-aged man. He had short hair that resembled steel needles. He was very handsome. His resolute face seemed to have been carved by a knife. His eyes were brownish-yellow and flashed with golden light. His gray robe was unable to completely conceal his bulging muscles. The moment he appeared, a vigorous aura surged towards them. Of course, it was ineffective against Yuhao and Tang Dong. Second uncle, retract your aura. It's useless against Yuhao. Don't embarrass yourself. Tang Dong was a little displeased as he looked at the middle-aged man. The man really did retract his aura. Ha ha ha. Little Dong's friend is really powerful. My name is Titan. Welcome to Clear Sky Castle. Little Dong, hand your friend over to me. Your eldest uncle wants to see him. What? Eldest uncle wants to see Yuhao? No, I want to go too. Tang Dong immediately panicked. Yuhao patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Tang Dong could only watch as Yuhao was taken away by Titan. Titan and Yuhao walked side by side along the long corridor. All right, it's just the two of us. Hurry up and say what you want to say. Uncle Titan, no, I should call you Titan Giant Ape, Yuhao said very calmly. Titan wasn't surprised at all. He said plainly, it seems like you've recovered your memories. Not all of them, but I remember everything from 10,000 years ago, Yuhao said. You've recovered, but little seven, Titan sighed. Yuhao suddenly stopped. What's wrong with Wudong? With her strength, it's impossible for her to not be able to break a seal. He looked at Tai Tan, his voice filled with anxiety. Little Seven hasn't broken a seal. It's not that she doesn't want to. It's just that, come and do it. Eldest brother is looking for you. He said that someone wants to see you. Yuhao was a little surprised. Who wants to see me? On the top floor of Clear Sky Castle. Yuhao looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him. He had a head of long green hair that draped over his broad shoulders. His eyes were also green. When he opened his eyes, they seemed simple and unadorned, but there was an indescribable special quality to them. His white attire covered his tall and sturdy body, and there was a faint feeling that he was unable to suppress the tyrannical aura leaking out of his body. All right. Stop probing, Uncle Nyo Tian. No, I should call you Green Sky Dragon. The Green Sky Bull Python evolved when it fused with Tang San 10,000 years ago. It's a branch of the Green Sky Dragon. Yuhao was a little frustrated. It's really you? Nyo Tian stood up. He was clearly a little agitated. However, he calmed down and said, I'm sorry, I was too agitated. Uncle Nyo Tian, who's looking for me? Yuhao asked. Eldest brother. Titan looked at Nyo Tian. Nyo Tian nodded. He looked at Yuhao and said, You just have to stand there. After he finished speaking, he pointed at the circular platform in the middle of the hall. There was a hexagram array that was emitting a strange blue light. Yuhao was stunned. He didn't think too much about it. He just stood there. After all, he knew that Nyo Tian and Titan wouldn't harm him. Just as he stood there, a blue pillar of light descended and enveloped Yuhao. Instantly, Yuhao felt his vision go black. When Yuhao woke up, he realized that he was in a very big hall. There were sofas, coffee tables, air conditioners, televisions, and other household items. Yuhao stood there in a daze. He felt that this place was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where. Is anyone there? Yuhao shouted softly. No one responded. Just as Yuhao was about to go to another room, a voice said, Since you're here, take a seat. Don't tire yourself out, Light Rain. A young man walked out of the kitchen. He was very handsome, causing the women to be envious and the men to sigh. He was wearing a pair of cooking gloves, and his long blue hair almost reached the ground. He was also wearing an apron, and in his hand was a pot of soup. He looked like a house husband. He smiled at Yuhao. Yuhao stared blankly at the young man in front of him. After a long time, Yuhao finally spoke. You? No. Third brother. Tang San smiled. Do you want to try the soup that I made? Yuhao looked at the soup that was emitting a strange purple smoke. The corner of his mouth twitched. Forget it. I haven't lived long enough. Following this, he was destined to be abused. Tang San's mouth twitched. Why did he say the same thing as Xiao Wu? Is the soup I made really that disgusting? Tang San looked at the pot of soup in his hand. That's right. I'm just following the instructions in the book. I just put all the ingredients together and put in some lizards, scorpions, snakes, spiders, and toads. Scary. Forget it. If you don't drink it, I'll drink it. Tang San poured the soup into the big bowl. Yuhao could see the strange purple smoke forming into a skeleton. He couldn't help but tremble. He immediately closed his eyes in silence. Tang San looked at the big bowl of purple soup in his hand. It was still bubbling and smoking. Even he started to wonder if he had done something wrong. Forget it. I'm not drinking it. Tang San immediately poured away the scary poison. Yuhao touched the sofa. His hand went through it. He looked at Tang San. This isn't the real you, right? It's just a clone or an illusion, right? Third brother, Yuhao said. Tang San laughed. Light Rain is indeed impressive. You saw through me so quickly. Indeed, this isn't the real me. It's just an illusion. However, he stopped smiling in the next moment. He looked at Yuhao very seriously. I have something to tell you. Yuhao's expression suddenly became serious. Wudong awakened her martial soul when she was 3 years old. However, she awakened 3 martial souls at once. As for her third martial soul, it disappeared in a flash. More importantly, another spirit was born in Wudong's body. It was an extremely powerful spirit. I don't know how many times more powerful it is than the 5 of us. Tang San said. 2 spirits in one body? More powerful than the 5 of us? Yuhao was in disbelief. However, that spirit didn't seem to be hostile. She only woke up once when her martial soul was awakened. After that, she didn't wake up again. However, Wudong's memory seal would always appear on Little Seven's birthday. However, it would be suppressed by a mysterious force in the end. I think it's that spirit who did it. That powerful spirit only said one sentence when she woke up. What? Yuhao asked. I miss you, big brother, Tang San said. Yuhao was stunned. What did that mean? It didn't seem to mean anything, right? Ha! I've told you everything that needs to be said. Before I disappear, I'll help you undo the 5th seal. Light Rain. Yuhao was shocked. No. Third brother. You'll suffer a backlash if you do that. I won't allow you to do that. Ha ha. Fool. Tang San stood up and walked in front of Yuhao. He reached out and touched Yuhao's head, even though he couldn't touch it. You're my younger brother. In the next moment, Tang San pointed at Yuhao's forehead. In the godly realm. Cough. 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 Tang San was extremely weak as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a large patch of blood on the ground. The 5th seal was really powerful. However, Tang San's lips curled into a smile. Yuhao sat cross-legged on the circular platform in Clear Sky Castle. There were only 5 pitch-black chains left on his body. Yes, the 5th seal had been undone. Yuhao slowly opened his eyes. The memories of the godly realm have returned. Yuhao slowly stood up. His left hand supported his right arm as his right hand touched his chin. Who was that spirit? Chapter 181. Yuhao. Is she really your sister? Everyone asked. Yes. However, she's not my biological sister. I ran away from home when I was young, and I met her before I came to the Great Star Doe Forest. She was very good to me, so I recognized her as my sister. Even though she's not my biological sister, she's better than my biological sister. Yuhao smiled. You must be Little Hao's friends, right? Hello, I'm Little Hao's sister. I've troubled you to take care of him for the past few years. Wang Qiu looked at Shrek 7 and bowed slightly. No. We're the ones who received Yuhao's care. Su Sancher hurriedly said. Everyone else thought the same thing. They could clearly see that her strength was absolutely terrifying. Even the elders couldn't take her down. How powerful was Yuhao's sister? Alright, let's talk later. I need to deal with some things now. Wang Qiu immediately stopped smiling and faced the elders of Poseidon Pavilion. I'm going to stay with Shrek now. Just give me a position. It doesn't have to be too high up. I'll be fine as long as I can see Little Hao every day. Her words sounded a little commanding. However, the elders couldn't do anything about it. Who asked her to be so powerful? They were now certain that she was an ultimate Dolo or a demigod who was even stronger than ultimate Dolo. Well, there are positions that allow me to see Yuhao every day. However, I feel that this position. Yan Shaoxia didn't finish his sentence. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and say it. I hate people who don't finish their sentences, Wang Qiu said impatiently. Shrek's 6 freaks stared blankly at Wang Qiu. This sister is so domineering. There are, but I feel that someone as powerful as you isn't suitable for this position. Yan Shaoxia said. What is it? Tell me. Wang Qiu said. A student, an inner courtyard student. Only inner courtyard students might be able to see Yuhao every day, Yan Shaoxia said. Yes. Good. Just let me be a student of your inner court. Wang Qiu said straightforwardly. Ah. Everyone present was shocked. A peerless expert actually wanted to be a student. This was a little, what are you talking about? Could it be that you're not willing? Or are you looking down on me? Wang Qiu said angrily. No. It's already good that Senior thinks highly of us. It's just that we didn't know Senior's name, martial soul, and cultivation. It's a bit inappropriate for you to become an inner court student like this. You're right, Wang Qiu pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, My name is Wang Qiu, and my martial soul is the Dragon King of Destiny. As for cultivation base, demigod. Silence, everyone present, other than Yuhao, widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide. There was no need to mention how shocked they were. Demigod? The elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. She looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. No, some experts knew how to maintain their looks. This expert definitely wasn't as simple as she looked. She was at least over 100 years old. Yuhao's sister was actually a demigod? That was too terrifying. What was even more shocking was that her martial soul was actually a dragon. Furthermore, it was a martial soul that they had never heard of then. Then, Senior, may I ask what the Dragon King of Destiny is? The elders all asked. Even Shrek's 6 freaks had never heard of it. You don't know? Yuhao was a little confused. Yuhao, do you know? Everyone was shocked. I do. I thought that it wasn't a secret that everyone knew. Regarding the Dragon King of Destiny, it was my sister who told me. Yuhao scratched his head. Everyone was speechless. What your sister told you, what your sister knows, we might not know. Little Hao, can you tell us about the Dragon King of Destiny? Yuhao looked at Wang Qiu. Wang Qiu nodded. You can tell them. Then I'll tell them. Regarding the Dragon King of Destiny, it started after the Dragon God was born. Legend has it that a long time ago, after the Dragon God was born, he flew through the universe in search of a suitable planet. After flying for a long time, he finally chose a planet because it was very suitable for him to live on. After the Dragon God settled down there, he began to create his own race. First, he left behind 2 inheritors of his bloodline. Those were the true children of the Dragon God. They were called the Golden Dragon and the Silver Dragon by the later generations. They inherited half of the Dragon God's power. The Golden Dragon controlled the Dragon God's strength, blood, and speed. The Silver Dragon inherited the Dragon God's various elemental powers and mental power. After that, the Dragon God used the elemental powers to create his people. The first to be born were the 9 dragons, which later became the Inferno Dragon King, the Pipefish King, the Hurricane Dragon King, the Thunder Dragon King, the White Dragon King, the Black Dragon King, the Emerald Dragon King, the Earth Dragon King, and the Ice Dragon King. Each of them controlled a single element. Fire, water, wind, lightning, light, darkness, space, earth, and ice, these 9 elements. These 9 Dragon Kings also formed their own races. Of course, after the 9 Dragon Kings, the Dragon God also created other Dragon Kings. However, because the dragon god didn't count how many dragon kings there were when he created them, even the dragon god himself didn't know how many dragon kings there were. Yuhao said and took a deep breath. Could the dragon king of destiny be one of the dragon kings? Everyone guessed. You can't say that. The dragon king of destiny wasn't created by the dragon god, but evolved. The dragon king of destiny wasn't the child of the dragon god, nor was it created by the dragon god. Instead, it was a new dragon king that evolved from the power of destiny according to the dragon god. However, because of this, it was recognized as a different race by the dragons. It didn't have many friends among the dragons. Only the dragon god discovered its abnormality. Because it evolved from destiny, it had a very strong grasp on the destiny of the world. It subtly gathered the auspicious power in the places where the dragons gathered, causing the dragons to rise rapidly in a very short period of time. They directly unified the entire planet and became the ruler of this planet. The overall strength of the dragons also gradually became stronger. In the end, the dragon god broke the shackles of order and became the first beast race to become a divine beast on that planet. Because of this, the Dragon King of Destiny's position among the dragons suddenly rose and was on equal footing with the 9 Dragon Kings. Next was the Dragon King of Destiny, followed by the Golden Dragon Clan, the Silver Dragon Clan, the 9 Dragon King Clan, and the other Dragon King clans. The dragons also became the first divine beast race in the divine realm. The Dragon God, the Dragon King of Destiny, and all the other dragons also left behind their bloodline inheritors on that planet before they ascended. This also formed all kinds of birds and beasts later on. Some birds and beasts also became the so-called auspicious beasts because of the Dragon King of Destiny's attachment. However, good times didn't last long. The power of the Fate Dragon King was also coveted by some gods in the divine realm. Once, when the Destiny Dragon King left the Dragon Clan, a group of 10 first-tier gods, 20 second-tier gods, and over 100 third-tier gods attacked it. The battle lasted for 10 days, and in the end, only 3 first-tier gods were left alive. They finally succeeded in killing the Destiny Dragon King, but they didn't get what they wanted because the Destiny Dragon King was formed from Destiny itself. After it died, its power of destiny returned to the world, and it continued to search for a suitable host. The gods spent a tremendous amount of effort to kill the Destiny Dragon King, but they didn't get anything from it. The fall of the Destiny Dragon King enraged the Dragon Clan. In the past, the gods discriminated against divine beasts, so the Dragon Clan could avoid them, and they could tolerate enslaving some dragons and other divine beasts. However, the gods killed the Destiny Dragon King, who was very important to the dragons and divine beasts, and this successfully enraged the dragons and other divine beasts. Afterward, under the leadership of the Dragon God, a large-scale war broke out between the divine beasts and the divine beasts. This war destroyed more than half of the divine realm, and countless gods and divine beasts died. In the end, the gods emerged victorious, and the divine beasts were defeated. The Dragon God was also split into the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King by the 5 overgods of the divine realm. The Golden Dragon King was sealed in the divine realm, and the whereabouts of the Silver Dragon King are unknown. As for the dragons and divine beasts that survived, they left the divine realm under the guidance of a mysterious power, and there's been no news of them ever since. Yuhao finished speaking, and he suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become a little heavy. The gods in the divine realm are too evil. Su Sanshur was the first to complain. It can't be helped. Gods don't age or die. They've been in the divine realm for so long, so their thinking will definitely change. They're like decadent feudal rulers. Wang Qiuer said. But senior, you have the legendary Fate Dragon King Martial Soul. This Wang Qiuer smiled and said, I've been blessed by the Fate Dragon King. Can't I? But speaking of which, Sister Qiuer, why do you look so much like me? Tang Dong finally spoke up. Wang Qiu looked at her and frowned slightly. Why haven't you unsealed a single one? She muttered. What? With Tang Dong-er's hearing, she naturally heard it. Nothing, you'll know in the future. Are you Little Hao's girlfriend? I didn't expect that. Little Hao actually has a girlfriend already. And you look so much like sister. Wang Qiu smiled. Tang Dong-er's face instantly turned red. Ha ha. If you don't mind, you can call me sister too. Wang Qiu patted Tang Dong-er's head. Tang Dong-er was stunned. Sister. Sister. She seemed to find this title very suitable, as if she really was her sister. But speaking of which, why aren't you surprised at all? Yuhao looked at the elders and Bei. Of course we're surprised. We're surprised that your sister knows so much about the divine realm. Chapter 182. Today was the round-robin stage. Tangmen, Shrek, and Sun Moon were in the same group. The first match was between Tangmen and Sun Moon. When Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen brought the Sun Moon team to the competition venue, they immediately saw Tangmen sitting in the resting area. Bei wasn't there, but the other 6 members of Shrek 7 were. Yuhao's eyes were shut, and he seemed to be resting. Everyone else's expressions were also very calm. When she saw them, even Meng Hongchen suspected that she had guessed wrongly. Perhaps they were really going to give up this round? At this moment, someone from Tangmen stood up and walked towards the Sun Moon team. Xiao Hongchen squinted his eyes and stopped in his tracks. Yuhao was at the front. He looked at Xiao Hongchen and said, "Long time no see, Xiao Hongchen. I didn't expect you to have 7 rings already." However, Yuhao's expression became very serious. Using drugs to build up your strength will eventually harm you. After he finished speaking, he led the rest away. Xiao Hongchen stood there in a daze and clenched his fists tightly. He had become even stronger. The competition started. Well, Tang Dong-er went up first. Her beautiful appearance attracted everyone. Her abilities also shocked everyone. She killed a member of the Sun Moon team in the first round. However, when she won the second round, Fatso called Zhou Xinghao. "I haven't lost yet. Go and die." Zhou Xinghao roared hysterically, and his upper body leaned back, revealing 8 bright silver cannons on his chest and abdomen. Following this, 8 bright silver rays shot towards Wang Dong. Tang Dong-er's back was facing him. She didn't expect Zhou Xinghao to attack her even after the referee had declared the end of the competition. Furthermore, the referee didn't stop him. "Be careful." Yuhao's voice sounded in Tang Dong-er's mind. Tang Dong-er subconsciously tried to dodge. Even though she dodged very quickly, the soul rays were extremely quick, and 3 of them still landed on her back. Tang Dong-er grunted, and she stumbled forward a few steps. Even though she was possessed by the light god, 3 holes still appeared on her back. It was as if a terrifying force was rapidly disintegrating her body. If she hadn't used the light god's possession in time to block it, her body would have been penetrated. Asterisk. Many figures from the Tangmen team went up on stage. However, they weren't as fast as a streak of golden light. What kind of light was that? Within the dazzling golden light was a 3-meter-long spear, and it looked as if it was going to pierce through space and time. Tang Dong-er was about to fall. That golden spear that seemed to have pierced through the void had already arrived in front of Zhou Xinghao. Zhou Xinghao's Tang Dong's soul was Soul's soul disintegration ray. It had the unique ability to disintegrate all matter, and was one of the most destructive soul rays among all soul rays. He could almost see Tang Dong-er's body disintegrating. When the golden spear appeared, Zhou Xinghao felt as if the god of death had arrived. That was why he didn't hesitate to unleash his second invincible barrier. With the protection of his invincible barrier, he believed that his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, he was stunned in the next moment. That was because the golden spear had already pierced through his invincible barrier and into his heart. Golden light flashed once more, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even the broken protective soul barrier was blown to pieces. It turned into a storm of flesh and metal that scattered in all directions. What everyone saw was this horrifying scene. Exclamations filled the entire arena. On the main stage, Jing Hongchen stood up with a steely look on his face. The terrifying atmosphere created by the explosion on the competition stage caused the Sun Moon team members to stop in their tracks. Even Xiao Hongchen stopped in his tracks. His gaze immediately found Hu Yuhao, who was slowly walking over. However, Hu Yuhao's face was ice-cold. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at this youth. He stopped beside Tang Dong-er and checked her injuries. He heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that she wasn't seriously injured. Then, he walked towards the golden spear on the ground and pulled it out. After that, he looked at the referee. "Speak. Why didn't you stop him?" Hu Yuhao asked coldly. "How dare you talk back to the referee?" The referee was furious. Whoosh! The golden dragon spear was already in his chest. Ah! The referee started to scream. He subconsciously tried to pull out the golden dragon spear. However, when he touched the handle of the spear, a devouring force started to devour his soul power and life energy. He quickly let go of the spear. "You didn't answer my question. I'll ask you again. Why didn't you stop him?" Hu Yuhao pulled out the golden dragon spear and asked coldly. You attacked me." Before the referee could finish speaking, the golden dragon spear was stabbed into his wound again and started to devour his blood, soul power, and life energy. Now, his bones could be seen under his wrinkled skin. "You didn't answer my question. I'll ask you again. Why didn't you stop him?" Hu Yuhao pulled out the golden dragon spear again. He stared at him coldly. Cough cough. She killed someone. Can't others kill her? The referee said weakly. "No." Hu Yuhao said plainly. He raised the golden dragon spear. "Stop." A muffled voice rang out. However, Hu Yuhao didn't stop. He killed the referee with a single strike. "I can kill others, but if you dare to attack my people, don't want." He enunciated the last few words clearly. The Tang men were stunned. Wasn't he too domineering? Yuhao has become so strong? The weak Tang Dong looked at Hu Yuhao. She felt very good when she saw how he was standing up for her. Su Tianran, Zhu Zi, Jing Hongchen, and Zhongli Wu were all shocked. Su Tianran and Jing Hongchen were shocked by Yuhao's strength. Zhongli Wu was shocked by Yuhao's strength. No wonder he's the Holy Sun. His aura isn't something that others can compare to. Zhu Zi was also astonished by Hu Yuhao's rapid growth. And if I were to be severely injured, would he go crazy for me? Hu Yuhao lifted his golden dragon spear, and lifted his head to look at the person who had tried to stop him. An elder was hovering in the air. He was a Class 9 soul engineer, Zhengzhan. He was also a titled Dolu. Titled Dolua? What do you want? Hu Yuhao pointed his golden dragon spear at Zhengzhan. Zhengzhan lowered his voice and said, "Junior, since you know that I'm a titled Dolua, how dare you speak to me like that? I saw everything that happened just now. This incident was caused by the referee. I wanted to strip him of his right to continue as a referee. However, you killed him. That's a huge crime. Junior, do you know your crime? TSK. Do you know your crime?" Hu Yuhao curled his lips in disdain. "I killed him. What can you do to me?" Hu Yuhao looked at Zhengzhan with disdain. "You." Zhengzhan was about to fly into a rage. Suddenly he said, "Enough. Don't interfere with the competition. This kid is young and arrogant. Let him go this time." An old voice sounded, and the surrounding space trembled. Zhengzhan trembled. He couldn't say anything. Hu Yuhao raised his eyebrows. "Dragon Emperor Dolua Xiaoyao? Is he helping me indirectly? Forget it. I owe him a favor. I hope that something like this won't happen again. I don't care about the lives of others, but if one of my teammates dies, then I advise you to be careful. I'm a lunatic. I'll blow up the entire Radiant City. I'll return the favor 10,000 times for hurting my family. Yuhao's calm voice sounded. Everyone heard him. Oh my God! Where was Radiant City? It was the capital of the Sun Moon Empire. Did he just say that he was going to blow up Radiant City? Even a fool wouldn't believe him, right? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. If you do, then I have nothing to say. Zheng Zhan left after saying that. He didn't care about what Yuhao said. He didn't believe that Yuhao could blow up Radiant City. Don't worry. The day is coming, Yuhao muttered. Yuhao didn't care about the shocked and admiring gazes around him. He carried the weak Tang Dong off the stage. I'll leave second senior to you in the next round. I'll take care of Dong. No problem. Leave it to me. In the dark, hey, Muin, your last disciple is really impressive. Why did you pick up such a freakish disciple? There's not much I can do for him. My time is almost up. An old man sighed. Zhongli Wu looked at Yuhao agitatedly. No wonder you're the holy son of my sect. Chapter 183. The Clear Jade sect was a soul engineering sect. They were naturally from the Sun Moon Empire, and were located in Radiant City. Furthermore, they were very reputable. The disciples of the Clear Jade sect all cultivated in the same direction. They were close combat soul engineers. They used powerful close combat soul tools to increase their own abilities. In terms of close combat techniques, even the Sun Moon Empire's students might not be better than them. However, in terms of soul tools, the Clear Jade sect could not compare to the Sun Moon Empire's team, who had the illustrious Virtue Hall backing them. The Tang Men versus the Clear Jade sect. This was the first match of the day, and the Tang Men were going to fight. This was because they had won the previous round. The Sun Moon Empire's team had been pushed to the second round. Shrek's team had also arrived. They were still led by Wang Qiu'er, but their eldest senior sister, Zhang Lishuan, was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where she had gone. Dong will fight the first round later, Yuhao said with a smile. Everyone was a little surprised as they looked at him. Yuhao smiled and said, after that, it's Xiao Xiao and fourth senior. Today, we'll focus on the female team. If we can defeat our opponents, each of you will fight 2 rounds. After that, we'll request for a team round. Ever since the start of the tournament, we haven't fought enough in team rounds. Our opponents will get stronger and stronger. Let's practice today. After hearing Yuhao's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. He clearly didn't think much of the Clear Jade sect. He only saw their opponents as practice targets. This was going to be a very interesting match. At this moment, the Clear Jade sect's team arrived at the resting area. The one in front was a man wearing a long robe and a bamboo hat. In other words, it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. His clothes were very loose, and covered his figure very well. He seemed very mysterious. Behind him, there were more than 10 people. The ones in front were the official team members, and the ones behind them were the substitutes. Perhaps sensing the attention of the Tang Men, the person at the front of the group from the Clear Jade sect stopped in his tracks and turned towards Yuhao. Without any warning, a chilling aura surged towards Yuhao. That tyrannical pressure was filled with a sharp aura. Even the air was emitting a slight hissing sound, as if it was being cut apart. Yuhao glanced at that person. In a split second, that sharp aura instantly dissipated. That person suddenly let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Speak with your strength if you're not convinced, weakling. Yuhao's words echoed in that person's ears. In the end, the Tangmen won. Chapter 184. Let's skip to the moment when Yuhao was fighting against that perverted soul engineer. This strange scene shocked everyone. Under everyone's gaze, 7 gray soul rings silently rose from Yuhao's feet. That's right, 7 gray soul rings. They were filled with a deathly gray. When they appeared, the entire golden hall seemed to have lost its luster. Behind Yuhao, a tall and straight figure could be faintly seen. Although it was only a silhouette and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly, its boundless and majestic aura instantly shocked everyone present. Everyone in the central VIP room, who was originally sitting upright, jumped to their feet at the same time. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Even the female vice leader was no exception. Everyone quickly stood in front of the window and stared unblinkingly at Yuhao. Yuhao slowly opened his deathly still eyes. 98 only saw the deathly gray in his eyes at this moment. "I'm not playing with you anymore," Yuhao said plainly. A pitch-black door appeared in front of Yuhao without any warning. The corrosive decomposition cannon that was just inches away blasted into the pitch-black door. The door seemed to only have a thin layer. However, after the corrosive decomposition cannon blasted into it, it didn't move at all. Following this, a few mournful howls sounded from the door. Yuhao swung his right hand, and the door landed on the ground a few meters in front of him. 10 gray figures had already pounced out of the door like bolts of lightning, heading straight for number 98. They were human-like creatures. Their bodies were green, and they had a pair of wings on their back. However, they didn't have heads. This sudden change shocked 98. At the same time, he was also a little flustered. The corrosive decomposition cannon in his hand paused for a moment before he fired it towards the corpse. Chi-chi. An ear-piercing sound mixed with the poisonous fog produced by the corrosion spread in the air. The headless corpse only paused in the air when faced with such an attack. Following this, it crashed into the corpse. It completely ignored the corrosive decomposition cannon's destructive power. His body was even sturdier than a cast of copper or iron. The Undead Gate allowed players to summon undead creatures. They could summon as many undead creatures as they wanted. 98 was indeed a little panicked at this moment. He slapped his chest with his right hand, and a white halo instantly burst forth from his body. The powerful impact sent the headless iron corpses that were pouncing over flying away. No one had expected the Elite Soul Engineering Tournament to turn out like this, but no one could say that Yuhao had broken the rules. After all, Soul Masters were allowed to use their abilities in the top 6. However, Yuhao's abilities as a Soul Master were too strange. This is clearly the power of an evil Soul Master. If not for the fact that this was where the underground organizations were, the proper Soul Engineers would have questioned Yuhao. A red halo silently appeared beneath 98's feet. Immediately after, the red light rose and a dark red skull appeared above 98's head. His entire body's movements also slowed down a little. Blood curse. Slow-type necromancy magic. There was another terrifying aspect to this necromancy magic. Once the necromancer was attacked, the effects of the curse would be triggered, causing his injuries to worsen. 98 felt a strong sense of danger engulf him. However, he couldn't do anything to Yuhao right now. Those headless metal corpses were simply too quick. Not only were they not afraid of death, but they also had copper skin and iron bones. The soul tools that he had created during the competition could only push them back and leave some wounds on them. However, he couldn't finish them off. He was constantly being pestered by the headless corpses, and he felt that if this continued, he would be finished off if he unleashed his abilities on his subordinates. For this reason, he had no choice but to take a risk. Seeing how Yuhao couldn't move in his wheelchair, he could only get close to him and interrupt his strange chanting. With the protection of his invincible barrier, the headless corpses couldn't hurt him. However, a few pairs of white skeletal hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed him. Fear. He couldn't move. Furthermore, his soul power and life force were being sucked away. Yuhao slowly raised his right hand and pointed at 98 from afar. Immediately, layers of purplish-black light emerged from 98's body. Even the invincible barrier couldn't stop this necromancy magic from taking effect. Within the golden invincible barrier, 98 let out a blood-curdling scream. He only felt that his body was actually melting from the surface of his skin. He tried his best to circulate his soul power, but he only managed to stop it for an instant. Withering technique, an extremely powerful single-target attack. It directly affected the opponent's spiritual level from the inside out. It ignited the life force in the opponent's body, causing the life force to undergo a strange elemental change with the opponent's body. No matter what level of strength one was at after being hit by the withering technique, they could only rely on their own energy to resist it. If they couldn't resist, they would wither and die. The withering technique lasted for a full minute. "Sato, you can die now." Yuhao waved his hand again. The space in front of him suddenly shattered. A huge bone dragon's head emerged and roared. 98 finally knew fear. His underwear was wet. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he realized that he couldn't open his mouth. The bone dragon's head was about to bite him, but in the next moment, 98 admits defeat. "Hurry up and end your ability." Light flashed, and the third elder appeared in the air above the golden hall, hovering there. Yuhao cast a glance at him and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a commanding tone? I'm his teacher. I can admit defeat on his behalf. Please let him go." The third elder immediately changed his tone and said respectfully, "You think a titled Doloa can do that?" Yuhao said indifferently. The third elder trembled. "This person, forget it. I've had my fun. I'll spare your dog life," Yuhao said casually. With a wave of his hand, the bone dragon's head disappeared, the withering technique was lifted, the bone hand disappeared, the blood curse disappeared, and the headless iron corpse disappeared. 98 immediately collapsed to the ground. He felt as if his skin had become muddy. The feeling that his skin could fall off at any moment filled his heart with fear. The third elder quickly went to 98 and helped him up. After checking his body and making sure that he was fine, the third elder breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Yuhao with a strange look in his eyes. The three judges had come down from their seats, but they didn't go to Yuhao. Instead, they looked at the third elder with hesitation. At that moment, another old man came to the stage. He had been called the second elder in the VIP room. "Greetings, Alliance leader." The three judges bowed to the second elder in unison. "Rise, all of you. Hurry up and give the bets to this young friend. The Duskwater Alliance has always valued integrity. We will never do anything that goes back on our word." The second elder, the Duskwater Alliance leader, had a dignified appearance. His white hair was neatly combed to the back of his head, and his white beard fluttered in the wind. There was a kind smile on his face, and it was easy to have a good impression of him if one met him for the first time. However, to Yuhao, who understood them, all of this was just hypocrisy. If he remembered correctly, he should be called Nangong Wan. He was a coward who was afraid of death. The three judges didn't dare to delay after hearing his words. They hurriedly came in front of Yuhao and handed the Hongchen's blessing and darkness green dragon to him. "No, I can't give it to him. That's my darkness azure dragon." 98 finally came to his senses at this moment. He stood up and was about to pounce over. Yuhao raised his right hand and pointed at him. 98's face was filled with shock and he dodged to the side. Yuhao smiled and said, "I was just scaring you. Are you still not willing to admit your loss? Are you going to go back on your word in front of so many people?" The third elder's expression turned a little gloomy. He grabbed Merc, who was about to charge over, and slapped him across the face. "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Come back with me." As he spoke, he brought Merc down from the stage and disappeared in a flash. On the stage, the Duskwater Alliance leader smiled and said, "Hello, young friend. I'm the Duskwater Alliance leader. You can call me Nangong Wan." I know. Scorpio Dola, do you really think you're very powerful? You think you're awesome, but you're just a spineless coward. Yuhao thought to himself. However, he had to go along with the Duskwater Alliance leader. "Hello, Alliance leader Nangong. It's nice to meet you." Nangong Wan didn't say much. He said to the three judges, "All right, you can announce the results of the tournament." The head judge said loudly, "After an intense competition, the top 3 of the Duskwater Alliance's division have been decided. They were contestant number 66, contestant number 88, and contestant number 96. Apart from today's prize, they'll also have the opportunity to represent the Duskwater Alliance in the finals against the top 3 from the other 2 divisions." Nangong Wan came to Yuhao's side and smiled. "Young friend, can we talk?" Yuhao said, "There's nothing to talk about. I'm only here to win the prize. Even if we want to talk, we'll talk about it after I win the championship. According to the tournament's rules, I can take the shield that I made, right?" Nangong Wan smiled and said, "Of course you can. Since you don't want to talk about it, of course. Let's talk about it after you win the championship on behalf of the Duskwater Alliance. There's something I can tell you in advance. If you win this honor for the Duskwater Alliance, I'll give you a special gift as well. In that case, the Duskwater Alliance will give you a special gift on top of the tournament's rewards." "Then I really have to thank you." Yuhao left with Hikaitu after he finished speaking. Nangong Wan seemed to be deep in thought as he watched Yuhao leave. "Let's go. I'll report this to the Supreme Leader." Chapter 185. Vice Founder, what do you think of that young man? Nangong Wan asked softly. The Vice Founder's grayish-blue eyes revealed a strange light. "It's very strange. That feeling is what we've been looking for." Nangong Wan was shocked. "Are you saying that he might be?" The Vice Founder nodded slightly. "Yes, it's that strange feeling. Did you guys notice that his soul rings have suddenly changed? He originally had 7 normal soul rings, but now he has 7 gray soul rings. There's never been a gray soul ring before. Even the Founder and I can't go against the rules of the Dolua continent. Soul rings are still the same as other soul masters. But in his case, this kind of violation of the rules had occurred. Gray soul rings with an aura of death. They're so unique. Furthermore, they don't shine when he uses them. If every one of them is a skill, then these gray soul rings are too strange." "Interesting, this young man is very interesting," Nangong Wan said. "I've already sent people to follow him. Let's see where he lives and who he's in contact with. Since he dares to use this ability without any qualms, he must have some background. He must have another identity. He's using the more ordinary twin martial soul to hide his evil martial soul. However, I don't know what his evil martial soul is." The Vice Founder said, "You did well today. You didn't alert him. We must report this to the Founder immediately and ask him to make a decision." "Yes." At this moment, a man in black quickly walked into the room and whispered something into Nangong Wan's ear. "Trash!" Nangong Wan shouted coldly. The Vice Founder's eyes flickered. Nangong Wan was a little embarrassed as he said, "Our people lost them. They disappeared after entering a dark alley. Go and call Chun and over." "Yes." The man in black trembled as he retreated. After a while, Chunan walked in with quick step. He knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Alliance Leader." Chun-un was the manager of the Golden Hall, so he was naturally trusted by Nangong Wan. Nangong Wan furrowed his brow and said, "Tell me everything you know about 66. Chun-un had witnessed the frightening abilities that Yuhao had displayed in the tournament, and he was even more confident in him now. He also knew that the Alliance Master would definitely ask questions after seeing that scene, so he already had an answer in mind. He quickly said, Number 66 and his brother, number 88, caught my attention when they first arrived. Then, he told him how Yuhao killed people in the Golden Hall. He also explained in detail how he participated in the competition and gambled at the same time. The smartest thing about him was that his words were 90% true and 1% false. He only concealed the fact that he had a deeper relationship with Yuhao. Naturally, he wouldn't mention that Yuhao had asked him to buy rare metals. After hearing his explanation, Nangong Wan's expression became slightly better. He said to the vice-founder, "It seems like Tang Wu's main goal is still to earn money and rare metals. As long as he had these resources, things would be easy. He would definitely come again during the finals. When that time comes, should I talk to him and recruit him?" The vice-founder nodded and said, "I'll be there that day, and I'll observe him while I'm at it. I'll listen to your opinion when I return. Perhaps you'll make a trip here just for him. Let's hope that he's the person we've been looking for. If he and the Saint Emperor, let me reveal that he's not the evil emperor. He'll appear later. He's an impressive fellow, and he's related to the first emperor. This world will be ours. Lord Sage Emperor will definitely build a new world, and this decaying world will become history." In the hotel, the door opened silently, and invisible figures quickly entered before gently closing the door behind them. Only then did 4 figures appear from the void. The light distorted a little, and everything returned to normal. He Kaitu, Nana, and Wang Dong. The 3 of them focused on Yuhao. Yuhao naturally knew that they were full of questions. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Do you trust me? If you do, don't ask. If I'm lying to you, I can tell you that I used imitation. However, that's not the truth. What I can tell you is that I'm not an evil soul master. Do you believe in having multiple martial souls?" The 3 of them were astonished. After that, they shook their heads. Yuhao shrugged. "I am." The 3 of them Sigma, degree winky face. "Do you have to be so surprised?" Yuhao was a little speechless. The 3 of them nodded. "Second senior, this is for you." Yuhao tossed a dark green ball to him. Hikada's eyes brightened and he didn't reject it. He received the darkness green dragon and said, "Thanks, little junior." After he finished speaking, he walked out. Nana said, "It's almost dawn outside. Young master, you should rest well." Nana has left. In fact, Nana knew a little about Yuhao. This was because Yuhao had helped her purify her parents' spirit. Therefore, she vaguely knew that Yuhao had some abilities that were similar to evil martial souls. However, she didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Chapter 186. The next day, Beibei's injuries were healed. Everyone was elated. Yuhao also showed everyone his 3rd martial soul, the holy law of necromancy. Everyone was astonished. They didn't expect there to be a martial soul that was so similar to an evil soul master. Furthermore, this holy law of necromancy seemed to be the nemesis of most evil martial souls. Yuhao also revealed Electrolux's existence, and even brought them into the netherworld. No one rejected him because of this. Why should they reject him? They were all brothers and sisters. The next day was the match that everyone had been looking forward to. Shrek vs. Tangmen. Both parties were students from Shrek Academy, but this was a battle between the Academy and the sect. And now, on the stage, everyone was looking at the 2 beautiful figures. One was Chioer. Wang Chioer was wearing bluish-gold armor. She had long golden hair, and she was looking at the person opposite her with a serious look in her eyes. The person opposite her had long blue hair and was wearing an ice-blue windbreaker. His skin was so fair that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. There was a look of helplessness in his blue eyes. Wasn't he Yuhao? In fact, Yuhao wanted to admit defeat. However, he saw Chioer's gaze from afar. It was as if she was saying, "If you dare to admit defeat, be careful." He had no choice. The only person present who could fight Qiu'er was himself. Tang Dong'er said that she was Qiu'er's younger sister. How could a younger sister beat up her elder sister? He had no choice but to fight her himself. Everyone was very interested in this match. One of them was Yuhao, the eyes of the Shura, who dared to kill the referee, looked down on the titled Doloa, and even said that he would blow up Radiant City. The other was Qiu'er, the Golden Dragon Queen, who had taken on 7 people by herself and possessed 7 heaven-defying red soul rings. When these 2 strong men and strong women met, who would emerge victorious? Furthermore, it was said that they were a couple. I'm stuck. Damn it. These super handsome guy, beautiful sisters were actually plucked by him, her. So many men and women were sad. They had no choice but to hide in a corner and draw circles or eat dog food. However, none of them knew that the 2 of them weren't a couple. They were husband and wife. Otherwise they would have run into a wall. Qiu'er, have mercy. Yuhao laughed dryly. Don't worry, darling, I will. Wang Qiu'er smiled. This conversation confirmed everyone's suspicions. They were definitely a couple. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they were all envious and jealous. The match whoosh. The 2 of them rushed out almost at the same time, stretching out their right fists. A powerful aura spread out, and both of them retreated 10 steps back. This was their first confrontation, and they were evenly matched. Again. The Yuhao. Qiu'er punched out with her right fist, which Yuhao blocked with his left hand. At the same time, Yuhao punched out with his right fist toward Wang Qiu'er's lower abdomen. Wang Qiu'er blocked with her left fist, and the 2 of them came into a deadlock. Their bodies collided at such a close distance. After a long period of time, the 2 of them separated again. This time, they pulled out their weapons at the same time. Wang Qiu'er wielded her golden dragon spear, while Yuhao wielded his glacial dragon halberd, which he hadn't used in a long time. Cold ice dragon halberd, according to what Han Tian had said before, this was something he used his own spine. Han Tian's spine grew a new one later on, together with divine ice crystals and million mysterious ice essence, the great Tao-colored lotus, one of the innate spiritual objects, equally famous as the creation green lotus, and other strange materials, and then passed through his father-in-law, first generation. However, Han Tian didn't tell Yuhao that his father-in-law was an exceptional talent. He only said that he had a father-in-law who had used the cauldron of heaven and earth to refine it into a gradeless divine artifact after 49 days. Even the Genesis Green Lotus couldn't tell what level it was. Yuhao couldn't be bothered to listen to Han Tian. He was just curious about who Han Tian's father-in-law was, and how powerful the glacial dragon halberd was. The Yuhao and Qiu'er did the same action. They pointed their spear, halberd, at each other. In the next instant they both used teleportation. The Yuhao and Qiu'er closed in on each other again. Clang! Terrifying auras. One had a heavy aura, while the other had an extremely cold aura. The place where the Yuhao and Qiu'er were fighting caved in. Wang Qiu'er held her golden dragon spear vertically, blocking the glacial dragon halberd horizontally. However, this was exactly what she wanted. The golden dragon spear was pointed at both ends. Wang Qiu'er flicked her golden dragon spear upwards. However, Yuhao seemed to have anticipated this. He used the glacial dragon halberd as a fulcrum, and when the golden dragon spear was flicking towards him, he lightly kicked off the ground and somersaulted backwards, increasing the distance between them once again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were they sure they were a couple? Why did it feel so violent? Using violence to curb violence? Furthermore, they didn't even use their martial souls. The Yuhao and Qiu'er looked at each other. As expected of my husband, wife. Wang Qiu'er directly flew into the air. Immediately after, she raised her golden dragon spear, but the giant dragon made of gold and silver appeared behind Wang Qiu'er's back once again. Dragon King of Fate. Martial soul materialization. Wang Qiu'er stood on the giant dragon's head. The giant dragon also roared, and the surrounding space seemed to tremble. Yuhao looked at the domineering figure in the sky. My Qiu'er, do you think you're the only one who can materialize? The corner of his mouth curled up, and he raised his glacial dragon halberd towards the sky. In an instant, the surrounding temperature began to rapidly drop. It directly dropped to -100 degrees Celsius. Many ordinary people had already been frozen into ice cubes, and it was snowing. Some soul masters couldn't resist, and were also frozen into ice sculptures. An icy blue aura began to condense behind Yuhao's back. In less than 10 seconds, an icy blue dragon about the same size as the Dragon King of Fate appeared behind Yuhao. However, Yuhao's dragon's eyes looked very lively. Soul masters with dragon martial souls were surprised to find that their martial souls began to tremble under the aura of the giant dragon and the icy blue dragon. They even wanted to worship them. Wang Qiu'er was shocked. She didn't know that Yuhao could also do this. Shrek and the Tongmen's people stared at the two of them. They were too powerful. Yuhao flipped over and stood on top of the icy blue dragon's head. Let's attack together. Cold Sky. Yuhao said with the glacial dragon halberd in his hand. Ah! The icy blue dragon suddenly opened its mouth. It scared so many people. It was alive. This giant dragon was actually alive. Cold Sky flapped its wings and instantly reached the same height as Wang Qiu'er. Mental conversation. Your opponent is your wife. Can you really be serious? It's fine, just treat it as practicing with her. Roar! Roar! In the sky, the two dragon kings fought each other. Ice blue, gold and silver. There were two people on the dragon's head. It was Yuhao and Wang Qiu'er. The spear and halberd in their hands clashed, creating sparks. The audience below was already stunned. Was this really a battle between soul masters? Why did it feel like two monsters were fighting? There was no choice, they were too strong. Great Cold Sky. The glacial dragon king roared, and the surrounding temperature in the sky plummeted to -270 degrees Celsius. It didn't dare to go any lower, or it would hurt the group below. Fortunately, it controlled the temperature to where the two were fighting, so the people below couldn't feel it at all. Qiu'er and the Fate Dragon King's bodies were already starting to freeze. Wang Qiu'er really felt that her entire body was stiff and couldn't move. As expected, just as she was thinking, Yuhao and the Glacial Dragon King rushed over. Wang Qiu'er and the Fate Dragon King were still frozen due to the Great Cold Sky. The Glacial Dragon King rushed up, and Yuhao used the Glacial Dragon King's head as a foothold to arrive in front of Wang Qiu'er. He slashed his glacial dragon halberd at her. Wang Qiu'er instinctively defended, blocking with her golden dragon spear. Clang! Wang Qiu'er fell from the Fate Dragon King's head, and the Glacial Dragon King crashed into the Fate Dragon King's body. Ice Seal! The Glacial Dragon King roared. Crack crack! The Fate Dragon King was frozen into an ice sculpture and disappeared. Yuhao suddenly realized that Wang Qiu'er was still falling. What's going on? With her abilities, she should have recovered by now. In the next moment, he was shocked. Wang Qiu'er looked at him and suddenly smiled. Her hair suddenly turned black. It was an extremely black color. Even her eyes had turned black. The golden dragon spear in Wang Qiu'er's hands had long disappeared. In its place was a pitch-black battle bow without a bowstring. When this battle bow appeared, Yuhao's body trembled, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Spiritual world. Bloody Yuhao, Brother Skydream, the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, and Electrolux suddenly felt something, and their expressions changed. It's that aura. How can it be? Is it here again? That can't be right. It's much weaker than before. Is that Big Sister? Why is this thing in Big Sister's hands? This is bad. The Glacial Dragon King looked at Wang Qiu'er. The Glacial Dragon King suddenly disappeared. Chior was about to release the bowstring. Don't. An anxious voice rang out in her head. Wang Chior. She was slightly stunned, but she still loosened her grip. 9 arrows. But after shooting these 9 arrows, Chior closed her eyes. Her black hair turned golden again, and she directly fell to the ground. Yuhao had just recovered, but before he could react, the 9 arrows were already in front of him. Yuhao immediately waved his glacial dragon halberd and deflected 8 arrows, but 1 arrow still hit his right chest. Yuhao stared blankly at the pitch-black arrow that had hit his chest, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood. I've been shot again. Yuhao laughed bitterly. He closed his eyes weakly and fell to the ground. However, he just happened to be lying on the ground with Wang Chior. Silence reigned. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. It was impossible to evaluate. From the beginning of the fight, it became a fight with weapons. Then, it became a fight in the sky with a huge dragon. Finally, it reached the final arrow. Jingzhan, Su Tianran, Jing Hongchen, and the other titled Delua couldn't help but shudder. That arrow gave them the feeling of death. Jingzhan didn't know what to do. This was the first time in the history of the Continental Soul Master Tournament that a tie had occurred. He didn't know how to announce the result. At this moment, Wang Chior slowly crawled to her feet. Yuhao, who had been shot, also stood up. He glanced at the black sword in his right chest and pulled it out. He squeezed it with all his might. Crack! The sword turned into black gas and disappeared. The wound on his right chest miraculously healed after 3 seconds. The two of them just stared at each other. I lost. The two of them spoke at the same time. Silence again. Wang Chior frowned. I've already said it. I lost. Why did you lose? I should be the one who lost. Yuhao said coldly. He didn't seem as gentle as before the battle. I said I lost, so I lost. Don't fight with me. Wang Chior said. What can you do to me if I fight with you? Yuhao said coldly. This kind of scene really shocked the surrounding audience. They had seen people fight for the championship, but they had never seen someone lose. Why don't we call it a tie? Jingzhan finally managed to get a word in. Wang Chior looked at Yuhao. Yuhao also looked at Chior. Sure. Phew. The two of them finally stopped quarreling. Tell me, what is that? I only know that she won't hurt me, and she's harmless to you. You know what happened 10,000 years ago. But she really didn't hurt me. Don't use that in the future. It's best to avoid contact with her when we don't know what she's up to. I finally meet you again. Watch out for my arrows. Wang Chior looked very excited. She made a gesture of drawing a bow. Instantly, 9 black arrows appeared. Yuhao's expression finally changed. Soul-devouring arrow? How is that possible? Impossible. Why does Chior have the soul-devouring arrow? No. Strictly speaking, it's the 9 calamity arrows. But now, she's using the first arrow of the 9 calamity arrows, the soul-devouring arrow. It's an arrow specialized in attacking souls. But why? Just as he was thinking, Wang Chior was about to let go of the bowstring. Don't! An anxious voice sounded in her mind. Wang Chior paused for a moment, but still let go of the bowstring. 9 arrows at once. But after shooting the 9 arrows, Wang Chior closed her eyes. Her black hair turned golden again and she fell to the ground. Yuhao had just recovered, but before he could react, the 9 arrows were already in front of him. Yuhao swung his ice dragon halberd and deflected 8 arrows, but one still hit his right chest. Yuhao stared blankly at the black arrow that hit his chest. Suddenly, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. I got shot again. Yuhao laughed bitterly. He closed his eyes weakly and fell to the ground. But he just happened to be lying on the ground with Wang Qiu'er. Silence. Complete silence. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. There was no way to evaluate it. From the beginning of the battle, to the battle of weapons, to the battle of dragons in the sky, and finally to the arrow at the last moment. Jing Zhan, Su Tianran, Jing Hongqian, and the other titled Dolua cultivators couldn't help but shiver. That arrow at the last moment gave them the feeling of death. Jing Zhan didn't know what to do. This was the first time in the history of the Continental Soul Master Tournament that a tie had occurred. He didn't know how to announce the result. At this moment, Wang Qiu'er slowly crawled to her feet. Yuhao also stood up. He glanced at the black sword in his right chest and pulled it out. He squeezed it with all his might. Crack! The sword turned into black gas and disappeared. The wound on his right chest miraculously healed after 3 seconds. The two of them stared at each other. "I've lost," the two of them said at the same time. Silence again. Wang Qiu'er frowned. "I've already said that I lost." "I've lost. Why are you the one who lost?" "I'm the one who lost," Yuhao said coldly. He wasn't as gentle as before the battle. "I said that I lost, so I lost. Don't snatch it from me," Wang Qiu'er said. "So what? What can you do to me?" Yuhao said coldly. This kind of scene really shocked the surrounding audience. They had seen people fight for the championship, but they had never seen someone who lost. "Then, why don't we call it a tie?" Jing Zhan finally managed to get a word in. Wang Qiu'er looked at Yuhao. Yuhao also looked at Wang Qiu'er. "Sure." Whoosh. Finally, the two of them stopped arguing. "Tell me, what is that?" "I only know that she doesn't seem to want to harm me, and she's harmless to you as well. You clearly know what happened 10,000 years ago. But she really didn't hurt me. Don't use this nonsense in the future. You shouldn't interact with her when you don't know her motives." "I understand." Chapter 187. Since the quarterfinals were about to begin, Yuhao decided to pick the most important ones. Today's battle was between the Tang men and the Snow Demon sect. However, Yuhao knew that the Snow Demon sect was actually the Body sect. However, in the Body sect, the only one who was worthy of Yuhao's attention was Long Outyan. Jump. Yuhao fought the first two members of the Body sect. Okay, he won. The two members didn't say anything to Yuhao. What kind of joke was this? He was the young master of the Body sect. The third contestant finally went up. This young man from the Snow Demon sect was almost 2 meters tall. His shoulders were broad, and his muscles were bulging. His reddish-brown hair was parted in the middle, and the two sides of his hair were extremely soft. His eyes were long and narrow, and his gaze was cold. His nose was straight and his mouth was squarish. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he gave off an evil vibe. What was even stranger was that his skin was extremely fair, and it was as clear as jade. There was a faint light flowing under his skin, and his every movement was smooth. When he went up the stage, he slowly walked towards Yuhao. However, every time he took a step forward, the oppressive aura he emitted increased by a bit. His own aura also rose by a few notches. Yuhao's lazy expression finally disappeared, and it was replaced by a very serious expression. He slowly walked towards him, and with every step he took, his aura became stronger. When the two of them met, they couldn't help but laugh. They even raised their fists at the same time, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Below the stage, on the Tongmen's side. "Is that person Yuhao's friend? Have you guys forgotten? Yuhao once carried that mysterious Lord Yu to the Body sect for a year. They should have met then, right?" "That makes sense." On the stage. "Brother Long, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've become even stronger." Yuhao smiled. "No matter how strong I am, I'm still not as strong as you, Brother Hu. Even I'm a little afraid of you now." Long Outyen also smiled. I hope you'll use your body soul to fight me this time. I will. Young Master Long, young Master Hua, both of you have to do your best. Someone from the body sect suddenly shouted. Everyone was shocked, especially the Tongmen's side. Young Master Hua? Everyone was shocked. Yuhao, he. Hua Yuhao and Long Outyen almost fell. Which bastard did this? Damn. Anyway, our young Master Hua won again. I'm going to jump as hard as I can again. Chapter 188. Radiant City. It was a wasteland. Crash. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from the wasteland. I'm fine? I'm actually fine? It was a lady. Wasn't that Juzi? She subconsciously touched her chest and took out a gray crystal necklace. It's turned gray. Juzi was stunned. This necklace was given to her by Hua Yuhao. It was supposed to be blue, but it had turned gray. It wasn't as vibrant as before. Yuhao, did you save me? Crash. Beside Juzi, Su Tianran crawled out pathetically. He was completely unharmed, but his face was pale. His brows were furrowed, and there was only one word written on his face: fury. Your Majesty. Juzi wanted to go over and serve him. There's no need, Su Tianran said coldly. Hua Yuhao. He actually made me lose 5 Class 9 invincible barriers. Very good. The more Su Tianran spoke, the more furious and murderous his eyes became. However, it was fortunate that the core warehouse beneath the palace wasn't destroyed. With the things left behind, the Empire would recover within a month. What was that scary thing? No, I have to reorganize it now. Xiaoyao the dragon and many titled Doloa suddenly appeared in front of him. Quick, check the casualties. Also, make Hua Yuhao a wanted criminal in the entire empire. There are so many avenging spirits. The evil soul masters from the Holy Ghost religion suddenly emerged from the wasteland. They were Zhongli Wu, the vice leader, Nangong Wan, and the rest. They were actually still alive. Lord Saint is really bestowing us with cultivation resources. Zhongli Wu laughed. A lady in a black cloak suddenly appeared in front of them. She was holding a triangular object. These avenging spirits can replenish the Death God Pagoda's needs. Thank you, Holy Sun. Speaking of which, the Holy Emperor said that he wanted to find the Holy Sun personally. This is really strange. Didn't the Holy Emperor dislike all the Holy Sons in the past? Why would they suddenly treat the Holy Sun? Endless darkness finally appeared. You're not as good as before. She was still as kind as before. Since you don't want to merge with the second world, then let me do it. A figure slowly appeared in the darkness. A beautiful girl with long black hair appeared out of thin air. She was really very beautiful. Everything beautiful in front of her would definitely be overshadowed. Since you can't do it, then I'll do it, she said to herself. Shut up. An angry voice rang out. It was the voice of a young man, and an illusory white figure appeared in front of the girl. He had a head of long white hair and a very handsome appearance that would make anyone envious. If one looked closely at the two of them, they would realize that they actually looked very similar. Just like brother and sister. You can't stop me. I am an existence independent of you. Since you are not willing to fuse with the second life, then let me do it. Origin of goodness. The black-haired girl said. Origin of evil. How dare you? See if I dare or not. We can't wait any longer. Order will come knocking on our doors sooner or later. We have to merge with him as soon as possible. But have you ever thought that if you do that, the second life's soul will disappear forever? I don't think that will be allowed to happen. He should have fused with us in the first place. This won't do him any harm. If you're too kind, then you won't have a good ending. You know that, it was the same in the past. The black-haired girl disappeared into the darkness. Hey! Don't go. Origin of evil. Damn it. The second life. Somewhere, Yuhao suddenly shivered. His body couldn't help but tremble. Why do I have a bad premonition? The realm of gods, oh? Someone activated the yin-yang love querying valley? Alright. Let me, Cupid, test them. Why is there the aura of gods? Damn. There are actually 3 of them? Why are there gods in the lower realm? Aren't gods unable to descend? Forget it, I can't control them. I'll test the others. A little boy with small wings and a small bow said. At this moment, a black figure appeared behind him. Cupid seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils instantly shrank. You're impossible. Give me the authority to command. Yes, Lord First God of Emotions. Cupid's eyes narrowed. This was a vast lake surrounded by mountains. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. The most peculiar thing was that the lake water was actually gold and silver. At the core of the lake, there was a circular golden lake in the middle. Intense golden light was constantly being emitted from it, as if it was emitting warmth from the sun. Around it was a curved silver moon. The silver moons nestled together on one side of the golden sun-shaped lake, emitting a silver luster. The vast surface of the lake was completely dominated by gold and silver. The 2 colors of light continued to spread outwards, climbing along the mountains and spreading further into the distance. Shrek and the others looked at this beautiful scene in shock. Only Yuhao and Wang Qiu looked terrible. What was going on? Why were they here? Who was it that triggered the yin-yang love querying valley? Was it Cupid, the little god of love, or was it Venus, the goddess of love? A mysterious force was pulling everyone closer and closer to the center of the lake. Yuhao didn't care too much. He said loudly, "Everyone, if a voice asks you questions later, you must tell the truth. If you lie, your lives will be in danger. Remember, you must tell the truth. Otherwise, you will really die." Yuhao's voice had just sounded when the golden sun and silver moon in the lake instantly became resplendent. Following this, the clear golden light and the bright silver light rose up and engulfed all of them, God realm. All right, Lord First God, Cupid said nervously. The black figure nodded. Send those 3 to the dimensional world. I'll leave the mortals to you. No, Lord First God. If my mother returns and finds out that I triggered the yin-yang love querying valley and the dimensional world, she'll definitely spank me. It'll be very painful. Cupid pointed his index fingers at each other as he spoke, as if he had been wronged. He was like a little boy who had made a mistake. If your mother returns, tell her that I told you to do this. She won't disobey my orders. After all, she used to be my subordinate. I'm leaving. You can deal with the mortals yourself, the black figure said. Yes. Take care, Lord First. This was a bright and transparent world. Everything around them seemed to be made of gold and silver crystals. There was a circular platform, and the golden sun and silver moon shone on it. There was a blurry light projection around them. The 10 seats on the circular platform were filled with people. Bei, He Kaitu, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nannan, Su Sanshi, Zhang Lishuan, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Dai Huabin, and Zhu Lu. They were all in a gold and silver bubble. Bei and the others looked around. Why weren't Yuhao and Dong around? Even Wang Qiu was nowhere to be seen. This was a distorted world. Everything was constantly distorted. There was no land, and only 3 people were standing in this world. They were Yuhao and the others. Dimensional realm? Why are we here? Yuhao was shocked. Don't move. You can't move in the dimensional realm. Otherwise, you'll be distorted until you die. Apart from second-tier gods and above, nobody can survive here, Wang Qiu said. She even protected Yuhao and Tang Dong behind her. Who was the culprit? Dimensional realm. Isn't Aunt Venus in charge? Tang Dong was very confused. Furthermore, she looked at Yuhao and Wang Qiu. They seemed to have known about it. What's Aunt Venus doing? Why did the dimensional realm open? Wang Qiu'er frowned. It's also possible that someone else opened it, Yuhao said. However, just as he finished speaking, congratulations! You're right. However, there's no reward. A young girl's voice sounded. The space in front of them slowly distorted, and a pitch-black figure slowly appeared. It was an outrageously beautiful 10-year-old girl with black hair. When she appeared, Yuhao and Wang Qiu'er's expressions changed. First generation? Yuhao looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Wait, Yuhao, she's not the first generation. She's a girl. Wang Qiu'er protected Yuhao and Tang Dong. Can't I be a girl? The successor of the Dragon King of Destiny, Wang Qiu'er? The girl smiled faintly. Wang Qiu'er trembled. How is that possible? Only the first generation knows. Strictly speaking, I am indeed the first generation you speak of. However, I am his other side. Also, please don't call me first generation. You should call me Origin. The girl smiled. The first generation's other side? Yuhao and Wang Qiu'er were shocked. Correct, I am the embodiment of his dark side. A long time ago, ever since he died, I was born, and I have always existed. So you're saying you're half of the first generation? Yuhao and Wang Qiu'er were shocked. No. The girl waved her index finger. I am not half of him, but a new individual independent from him, a new origin. However, it's a pity that there's always a huge gap between me and his previous peak strength. This gap made it so that no matter what I did, I could never surpass him, never reach his previous peak strength. That was until I learned that only by devouring him and becoming one with him could I reach that peak strength. However, his self-sacrifice was truly foolish. He sacrificed himself for those dragons. He was truly kind. However, what did he get in return for his kindness? Death. He was an idiot. He died. I couldn't devour him and become one with him. I originally thought that I would never be able to return to my previous peak, but you appeared. You are his reincarnation. Your appearance once again gave me hope. The girl stared at Yuhao with shining eyes as if she was looking at a delicious meal. She licked her lips. Is this your goal? Devour me? Yuhao frowned. Speaking of which, he really is kind. He had many chances to become one with you, but he didn't do so. He couldn't do it. I really don't know what he was thinking. Only by becoming one with you, he might be able to return to his peak, or even surpass it. However, it's a pity that he never did that. You're really stupid. The young girl sneered. Shut up. Yuhao's expression darkened. You have no right to talk about my family. Are you angry? You're so cute. The girl licked her lips and smiled. Be a good girl and let me devour you. Become one with me. That's where you belong. Shut up. Imposter. Wang Qiu'er said coldly. The girl's lips curled. Is that so? So I'm an imposter in your eyes. Wang Qiu'er didn't waste any more words. Her aura began to rapidly rise. Limit Dolua, demigod, quasi-god, third-level god, first-level god, divine king. 9 shining golden halos appeared behind her in an orderly manner. Wang Qiu'er tossed the golden dragon spear out. The tip of the spear transformed into a golden dragon head that rushed toward the black-haired girl. A divine king who has mastered the power of chaos? You are indeed very powerful, but... The girl smiled and raised her right index finger. She gently pinched the tip of the spear with her thumb. The golden dragon head instantly dissipated. You're too weak. The black-haired girl smiled. Wang Qiu'er wanted to catch it, but her pupils shrank in the next moment. Before she could catch the handle of the gun, someone else had already caught it. It was the black-haired young lady. You're much stronger than those divine kings. However, do you know that any divine emperor can kill you in an instant if he unleashes his true strength? He actually said that a divine king who has mastered the power of chaos can challenge a divine emperor? What a joke. That's only if a divine emperor doesn't use the power of chaos. Once he does, even 50 divine kings won't be enough to defeat him. The girl finished speaking and slashed down. A deep red vertical scar appeared on Wang Qiuer's chest. Crack! Golden blood instantly burst out. Qiuer! Sister! Yuhao and Tang Dong'er exclaimed. Wang Qiuer was still in a daze. Her consciousness began to blur in the next moment. Wang Qiuer closed her eyes and floated there. Yuhao hurriedly hugged her. Qiuer! Wake up! Qiuer! Sister! Tang Dong'er also rushed over. Tears flowed from their eyes. How sad! The girl looked at Wang Qiuer and threw the golden dragon spear at her. Just as it was about to reach her, a strong hand caught it. Oh! The girl was slightly stunned. The person who caught the golden dragon spear was Yuhao. His expression was extremely dark. His eyes were bloodshot. Oh? You have great eyes. The black-haired girl smiled. You die. Yuhao shouted. He held the golden dragon spear in his right hand and the glacial dragon halberd in his left hand as he charged forward. Yuhao! Tang Dong'er wanted to stop him, but he was too fast. She couldn't react in time. You bastard! How dare you! How dare you! I'm going to kill you! Yuhao roared crazily as he charged towards the black-haired girl. His blood-red eyes flashed with killing intent. However, the tip of the spear and halberd stopped a centimeter away from the girl. Do you think you can kill me with the strength of a mortal? You're just a mortal with a godly seat. The girl's eyes were still squinting as she smiled. At this moment, a huge hammer flew towards the girl. However, the hammer stopped a centimeter away from her. Tang Dong'er suddenly grabbed the handle of the hammer and swung it again. Bam! You bastard! How dare you hurt my sister? I won't forgive you. Dong'er, we can't delay any longer. Martial soul fusion skill. Alright. Yuhao and Tang Dong'er huddled together, and the golden path was instantly unleashed. However, the beam of light was dispersed by the young lady's palm. Continue. The young lady squinted her eyes and smiled. Spiritual tempest. Countless small hammers flew towards the girl. Huff! The girl blew gently, and the countless hammers were dispersed. Come on, wrath of the heavenly emperor! The huge hammer fell from the sky. The girl squeezed in the air, and the huge hammer was instantly compressed. She squeezed it lightly, and it shattered. Do you have more? She was still smiling. Bastard! Why is she so strong? Tang Dong'er panted weakly. After all, she's the dark side of the first generation. Furthermore, we're not gods now. It's impossible to hurt her. Yuhao panted as he spoke. This is the last move, Yuhao. Tang Dong'er said. Ah, I know. Yuhao said. But in the next moment, Wang Qiuer slowly stood up. Her wound was slowly healing. After all, she was a divine king. She couldn't be defeated so easily. If you want to attack, attack together. Use the Trinity. Qiuer, you're injured. Don't fight anymore. Hurry up and leave. Cut the crap. I'm your wife. How can I leave you? Hurry up. The Trinity, the super dragon god, had descended. A young man with long hair composed of many colors appeared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore a flawless white leather coat. A pair of huge rainbow-colored dragon wings spread behind his back. Behind him, there were 10 rainbow-colored rings of light. The girl opened her eyes. Interesting. The corner of her mouth curled up. The dragon god's final attack. As he roared, the distorted space around him became even more distorted. Flames composed of many colors began to burn on the young man's body. He transformed into a rainbow-colored dragon surrounded by rainbow-colored flames and charged towards the black-haired girl. The girl was still calm. 10 rings? Interesting. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful light illuminated the world. A part of the surrounding space began to crack. That was the dimensional realm. It was said that once one fell into the dimensional realm, it was very likely that one would never be able to come out again. This was because the space in the dimensional realm was very firm. Even 10 divine kings couldn't tear a crack open. But now, the dimensional realm was showing signs of cracking. The light dissipated. The 3 of them lay weakly on the ground. It was already very good that they hadn't fainted. Did it work? Tang Dong asked weakly. It'll be great if we succeed. Yuhao took a deep breath. Yes. If only you guys succeeded. I'm almost touched. A pleasant chuckle sounded. But to the 3 of them, it was a song from hell. The black-haired girl appeared in front of the 3 of them again. She patted her black dress lightly. You guys are really powerful. You can actually unleash the power of a divine emperor. Do you have anything stronger? The 3 of them were shocked. Nothing happened at all? They did have some trump cards, but now they were so weak. How could they have the strength to use the next move? Why aren't you continuing? Continue. Let me see what other trump cards you have. The black-haired girl said with a smile. Yuhao and the other 2 gritted their teeth. She was too strong. Ah, how boring. The girl's smile disappeared. She took out a lollipop, Alps brand strawberry flavor. Yes, little Z likes it, from her pocket. She opened it and put it in her mouth. You guys. If that's all you have, then I'm going to attack, she said with the lollipop in her mouth. Wait. Yuhao suddenly shouted. What? I don't have that much time to waste with you. She crossed her arms. Your goal is just to devour me, right? Yuhao said. Yes. Why? The girl was a little impatient. Then go ahead. But I have a condition, Yuhao said. Wang Qiuer and Tang Dong looked at him in shock. Yuhao. No. The 2 girls shouted at the same time. The girl looked at Yuhao and then at Tang Dong and Wang Qiuer. You're not asking me to send them out, are you? She looked at Yuhao again. Yuhao was stunned. Then, he nodded. No. Yuhao, don't do that. If you're not here, what do we have to live for? The 2 girls tried their best to stop him. Yuhao smiled faintly. He looked deeply at Wang Qiuer and Tang Dong as if he wanted to remember them. Then, he looked at the black-haired girl. If you agree, you can devour me. I won't have any complaints, and I won't resist. No. The 2 girls rushed to Yuhao's side and hugged him tightly, as if they were afraid of losing him. The black-haired girl just looked at them. So annoying. This feeling is so annoying. Why do I feel so annoyed? So mushy. I'll agree. The black-haired girl said. Even she didn't know why she had agreed to it. With her strength, she could have devoured Yuhao before killing them. However, she didn't know why she had agreed to it. Yuhao looked at her again, his eyes revealing that he had expected it. What's with that look? The black-haired girl bit down on the lollipop in her mouth. His expression was so annoying. Nothing, I just realized something, Yuhao said. What? You aren't so dark and evil. In your heart, there's still an inch of light and kindness, Yuhao said. The black-haired girl trembled. She spat out the stick of the lollipop and looked at Yuhao angrily. She grabbed his neck. You, if you have the guts, say that again? What right do you have to judge me? Light? Kindness? I don't need that kind of thing. Take back your words. Otherwise, oh. She realized that she didn't know what to do next. Yuhao laughed. You'll what? Kill me? Can you do that? If you want to devour me, then I have to be alive. If I'm dead, that's not what you want, right? You. The black-haired girl was speechless. She looked at Yuhao angrily. Her hand that was strangling Yuhao trembled and loosened. Indeed, you still have some kindness in your heart. Yuhao looked at her. The black-haired girl gritted her teeth. You big bastard. You should just go to hell. She shook off Yuhao, and Wang Qiuer and Tang Dong and a knife appeared out of thin air and slashed at Yuhao. Yuhao. No. Wang Qiuer and Tang Donger shouted in fear. However, at this moment, a bright light flashed from Hui Yuhao's body. A twin flower bud emerged from Hui Yuhao's forehead. In the next moment, the twin flower bud bloomed at the same time. This is... The black-haired girl was shocked for the first time. Hui Yuhao looked at the flower in shock. The world's edge passion flower bloomed. In the next moment, a white light shone brightly. It enveloped the entire dimensional world. Then, everything disappeared, leaving only the dimensional world that was constantly twisting. Chapter 189. Somewhere in Doluo, space twisted and 3 figures appeared. Elder brother, can we trust her words? It's very credible. If the Abyss Master really intends to create a god realm, then this universe might be in trouble. Why don't I go and kill that Abyss Master now? No need. It's only a matter of time before we deal with him. There's no hurry. Right now, I have to go back to Shrek to settle some problems. They actually started a beast wave. Let's go to the Heavenly Soul Empire to get reinforcements. After that, we'll go to the Deep Sea and the Evil Demon Forest to get Li Ye and the Evil Emperor for help. Speaking of which, with Elder Brother's current strength, do you still need reinforcements? It's better to get reinforcements. At least I don't have to do anything. If my current strength is exposed, the world might be alarmed. It's better to keep a low profile. You can't keep a low profile now. Outside Shrek City, they were densely packed together, and it felt like a black cloud was pressing down on the city. These figures all exuded powerful auras, and they were all powerful 1,000-year soul beasts. There were even 100,000-year soul beast among them, especially the huge black dragon in the sky. Its golden eyes flickered with a murderous aura. Its aura was much stronger than the soul beasts below. In front of the group of soul beasts stood 4 people. They were soul beasts that could transform. It was obvious that they were 200,000-year soul beasts. They were the Bear Lord, Myriad Demon King, Scarlet King, and Bai Ji. In Shrek City, Elder Xian and the rest of the Poseidon Pavilion's elders were lined up. The Tang men were all present. Shrek students and teachers were all gathered here. It seemed like a huge battle was about to break out. I wonder why the Beast God has come to Shrek? Our Shrek has not done anything to violate the agreement. Elder Xian looked at the huge black dragon in the sky. If the Beast God was angry, it would not be a small matter. Cut the crap. Taotai Doluo, I won't waste any more time. Hurry up and call Yuhao out. Otherwise, I'll turn your Shrek upside down. The huge dragon roared. Yuhao? He still hasn't returned. We were also in a hurry to find him, but we encountered your beast tide before we even left. Elder Xian said. Roar. Xiao, you want to deceive us. Speak. Did you discover his true identity? Killed him? If anything happens to that brat, I definitely won't let you off. Bear Lord suddenly roared. True identity? Elder Xian was puzzled. Everyone was puzzled. What true identity? Roar. It seems that he didn't tell you. Tian said. Yuhao, he's not human. He is one of the dragons. The transformation of the new Frost Dragon King. What? Everyone was shocked. That's impossible. It's impossible for a soul beast to have twin martial souls. Elder Xian said. That's why he's so amazing. You might not know this, but he doesn't have twin martial souls. He has multiple martial souls. He's someone who's been blessed by the heavens, and he has many martial souls. He's a very important person to the Great Star Do sect. I don't want to start a beast tide, because this is a place that he likes. That's why I advise you to bring him out. It's not that I don't want to bring him out, but he's not here. You've already crossed my bottom line. If he's not here, where else can he be? Since you don't want to hand him over, let's fight. You don't understand what I'm saying. I've already said that Yuhao isn't here. Fighting was the most boring. Let's skip it. The battle reached its climax. Even Elder Mu's spirit came out from the golden tree to trap Di Tian with little Xian. More importantly, the Heavenly Soul Empire knew that Shrek was in danger, and sent the body sect to help. According to Du Busi, Yuhao personally went to the Heavenly Soul Empire to inform them. After he finished speaking, he said that he needed to find 2 more helpers before he left. Right now, both sides were in a stalemate. The soul beasts were severely injured, and the humans' soul tools were too strong. However, the humans weren't at an advantage either. Die, all of you. If I don't bring Yuhao back today, I won't rest. The huge black dragon roared into the sky. The purple flames burning on his body gradually turned purplish gold. This was his master's order. He had to complete it. Furthermore, Yuhao, he thought of the little fellow who had caused trouble in the Great Star Do sect 8 years ago. He had made the Great Star Do sect laugh. You have to live. Di Tian. Don't. Bai Ji shouted in fear when she saw this. Even the other savage beasts' expressions changed. The humans were all horrified as they looked at the burning black dragon. He's burning his fire of life? Is he trying to fight to the death? Du Busi exclaimed in shock. Dragon King's dusk. Di Tian roared furiously. However, in the next moment, space-time light. A vigorous and ethereal voice sounded. A huge blood-red eye suddenly appeared in the sky. A strange beam of light shot out from the eye and engulfed the huge dragon. Di Tian couldn't move at all. A young girl's voice also sounded, Song of the Mermaid. In the next moment, a beautiful and moving song caused all the distracting thoughts in everyone's mind to be eliminated. It was also at this moment that snow began to fall from the sky. The extremely cold temperature instantly suppressed the flames of life that continued to burn. It was also at this moment that a clear voice sounded, Uncle Di Tian, calm down. Why are you so angry? A white-haired young man appeared in the sky. 4 figures appeared beside him. There was a white-haired girl and a black-haired girl. There was also a young man with blood-red hair who wore a blood-red cloak and a blue-haired girl with a fishtail. Yuhao? Everyone looked at the young man in the sky in shock. Yuhao? And Lord Auspicious Beast? Are you all alright? Di Tian asked in surprise. Of course we're fine. We just went to see an old friend. Why are you making such a big fuss? Yuhao said. You're still the same. You start a beast tide at the drop of a hat. Your temper is still as bad as before. The blood-red-haired young man said to Di Tian. Evil Emperor? Di Tian was shocked. After some explanation, it was all a misunderstanding. Yuhao looked at the corpse of the dead soul beasts on the ground. He couldn't bear it and cut a wound on his wrist. Drops of rainbow-colored blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. Yuhao's face instantly turned pale. Yuhao, you? Don't tell me. Di Tian said in shock. It's nothing. It's just a few drops of blood essence. It's worth it to exchange for the lives of the dead. Yuhao said weakly. The rainbow-colored blood essence on the ground instantly started to flow on the ground and formed a rainbow-colored hexagram array. The souls of the dead soul beasts and humans gathered again and returned to their bodies. In the next moment, the soul beasts and humans who were supposed to be dead magically opened their eyes and slowly stood up. They were full of vitality. The blood-packed resurrection spell was a forbidden spell that Electrolux had taught him. It used his own blood essence as a catalyst to revive the dead. You shouldn't be angry now, right? Yuhao looked at Di Tian and said, When did I get angry? Come back with me. Master wants to see you. Di Tian said, Wait a moment. I still have something to do, and I need your help. This matter might be able to stop the soul beasts from being killed. Oh! In any case, Yuhao had told him about Spirit. Since he had to tell him sooner or later, he might as well settle it now. After Yuhao revealed the Skydream Snow Empress, the Ice Empress, and the others, Di Tian was completely shocked. After Yuhao revealed the 9 great Dragon Kings, Di Tian thought that he might be hallucinating. Oh my God! Tell me this isn't King real. The first patriarch of the Black Dragon clan is actually in his spiritual world. Furthermore, the other first-generation Dragon Kings are also in his spiritual world. It's really indescribable. After that, Tian acted just like in the original novel and supported Yuhao's plan to create spirit. As for Shrek, Yuhao received a lot of questions. Yuhao, where did you go? Yuhao, how do you know Tian? Yuhao, are you really a soul beast like Tian said? And so on. Of course, Yuhao couldn't say that. He told them that he had accidentally eaten an icy blue pearl when he was young. After that, he realized that he wasn't human anymore. He also discovered that he had a hidden martial soul. It wasn't until he came to the Star Doe forest and met Tian that he realized that the pearl he had accidentally eaten was the Ice Dragon King's dragon pill. That was how he managed to fool them. However, Yuhao knew that he might be exposed in the future. For now, he would fool them for as long as he could. The evil Empress and Liao returned to their homes first. It wasn't time for them to return yet. The spirit experiment was going to start in a few days. He didn't want to write so much nonsense. Everyone knew the results, so he didn't write anything. Evil source. Yuhao knew that he still had a lot of things to do. What was left was to follow the development in her memory. She still had to join the army, and then she had to save Yuhao. However, when she thought about how to save Yuhao, her face turned slightly red. After that, Yuhao told everyone that a soul master could have at most 3 spirits, except for twin martial souls. The quality of a spirit could be divided into white, yellow, purple, black, red, orange, and gold. They corresponded to the age of the spirit. White corresponded to 10 to 99 years old. Yellow corresponded to 100 to 99 years old. Purple corresponded to 1,000 to 9,999 years old. Black corresponded to 10,000 to 99,999 years old. Red corresponded to 100,000 to 200,000 years old. Orange corresponded to 200,000 to 999,999 years old. As for gold, it was the legendary 1,000,000 years old. Furthermore, to fuse with a stronger spirit, one had to pay attention to the cultivation of spiritual power. The higher one's spiritual power, the more likely it was to absorb 100,000-year spirit and obtain a soul bone. Even 100,000-year spirit could unleash its peak strength and fight alongside its host. Yuhao also divided his spiritual power into different levels, which were the Spirit Origin Realm, Spirit Connection Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Spirit Abyss Realm, Spirit Domain Realm, Divine Origin Realm, Divine Spirit Realm, and Godly Monarch Realm. Yuhao told everyone that the limit of a human's spiritual power was the Spirit Domain Realm. Once one surpassed that limit, they would no longer be in the realm of humans. Instead, they would be in the realm of another world. Yuhao's speech made many powerful beings yearn to hear it. So humans could become more powerful through spiritual power cultivation. There were also some curious people who asked Yuhao what his spiritual power was at right now. Yuhao didn't want to discourage them, so he told them that he was at the Divine Origin Realm. Actually, he was already at the Divine Spirit Realm. However, he didn't see how everyone looked at him like he was a monster. There was even a historian who recorded everything he said in a book. So what if he saw it? He couldn't stop him from writing. He had only divided his spiritual power ranks in advance. Even if he hadn't done so, someone else would have done it 1,000 years later. He was simply doing what that person had done in advance. Thus, Pagoda was established. The Tower Master was Yuhao, while the Deputy Tower Masters were Elder Xian and Tian, as well as 32 council members. Alright, Yuhao, you're done with everything you need to do. Come with me to the Star Doe realm to see my master. Of course we're going to see her. In that case, Uncle Tian, come with me to the deep sea. What are we going to do there? We're going to catch a deep-sea devil whale. Chapter 190. In the Great Star Doe Forest, a place of great danger. A huge roasted whale was being devoured by an extremely small girl. Her long silver hair trailed to the ground, and the way she ate was a little, indecent. Beside her sat a white-haired youth who looked to be about 16 years old. He was eating the whale meat very elegantly, which was a stark contrast to the little girl. In less than a few minutes, the huge whale was eaten until only the bones were left. As for the white-haired youth at the side, his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the whale bones that did not even have a trace of meat left. "Whoever marries you in the future will definitely be eaten into poverty," he said as he wiped his mouth. "Humph. So what? What's the point of having this king if he can't even afford to feed him?" The little girl pouted angrily. "You really say whatever you want. Then I really have to observe a few seconds of silence for your future husband." The white-haired youth clasped his hands together. "Future?" A certain 50 years old sneezed. "Who's thinking of me? Guyu or brother? What do you mean? Do you think this king can eat so much that no one will dare to marry this king in the future?" The silver-haired girl stood up and said angrily with her hands on her hip. "I didn't say that. You admitted it yourself." Yuhao spread his hands. "You." The silver-haired girl didn't know how to continue. Wasn't the white-haired youth who was bickering Yuhao? The silver-haired girl was the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. "Speaking of which, why are you looking for me this time?" Yuhao said. Hey, we haven't seen each other in a long time. What's wrong with meeting an old friend?" In the next moment, Guyuna suddenly revealed a strange smile. "Don't you think so? The source of evil? No, the god of negative emotions." Yuhao, or rather, the source of evil Yuhao, was only slightly stunned. He didn't show much surprise. If she couldn't tell, she wouldn't be worthy of being his old friend. "Just tell me what you want," Yuhao said. "Yuhao should be fine, right?" Guyuna asked worriedly. "I didn't expect you to care about others." Yuhao looked at Guyuna with a teasing look. "I don't care about him." Guyuna turned her head to the side. Yuhao fell silent. "Hey! I say, don't tell me you've been conquered by this bastard?" Yuhao pointed at himself. Obviously, he was referring to Yuhao. "A long time ago, I don't know when I started liking him." Guyuna didn't avoid the topic. Instead, she admitted it. "Humph. This guy's ability to attract women had not changed. It's the same in the world of cultivators," Yuhao said unhappily. "You really have the nerve to say that. Didn't he conquer you too?" Guyuna said with a smile. "Yes. No. Yes. No." Yuhao was also very angry. "Hey! What's the method to wake him up?" Guyuna asked. "Break the 10th seal, then." Yuhao's face turned slightly red. His lips moved slightly as if he was saying something. Guyuna's face instantly turned very red. "Huh? Sigma, degree winky face. Can't be right?" After a long silence, Guyuna stood up and patted Yuhao's shoulder. Then, she gave him a thumbs up. "Good luck. Don't be a coward." Yuhao's mouth twitched. "What are you doing? I definitely have no hope of competing with you. Why don't I matchmake the two of you?" "Go away. He's the reincarnation. How could he? Why not? Anyway, that's it. This king will live happily with the two of you," Guyuna said very naturally. Then, she turned to leave. However, Yuhao could clearly hear the trace of bitterness in her voice. "Hey! This is for you!" Yuhao shouted. Guyuna turned around and threw a rainbow-colored necklace at her. She caught it subconsciously. When she looked at it, she was stunned. This is a relic of the dragon god. Although I don't know what it can be used for, it should be very important to you, right?" Guyuna was stunned. "It is indeed very important," she muttered. She smiled again and walked lightly toward Yuhao. Then, she kissed him lightly on the cheek. Finally, she smiled and said, "Thank you, old friend." Space distorted, and she disappeared in front of Yuhao. Yuhao still hadn't reacted. He touched the place where he had been kissed. Was that a forced kiss? Gotcha. Yuhao's eyes suddenly widened in shock. This was because he suddenly sensed that a crack had appeared on the 10th seal. Is it time? I have to find a place where there's no one. The so-called place where there's no one, the inner world. Yuhao sat cross-legged. There was a pitch-black chain on his body. There were cracks on this chain. I thought that it would take a long time to break. I didn't expect it to break so quickly. He muttered to himself. Following this, the Skydream Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, the 9 Great Dragon Kings, the Qilin 9-tailed Scorpion, and Electrolux appeared around him. Gather everyone's strength and pray that he breaks the seal. Electrolux said. All right. In a simple and straightforward manner, he skipped over a bunch of nonsense once again. In the sky above the inner world, the enormous white ball of light began to slowly dissipate. The blue-haired youth who had been sleeping within it, Yuhao, slowly descended. Following this, a 12-year-old white-haired youth suddenly appeared and carried, Princess Carrie, Yuhao as he descended. First God! The spirits exclaimed in delight. The white-haired youth smiled and nodded. Yes, he was the first god of emotions. He glanced at Yuan and said, Now, please make your choice. I respect his choice. Do you want to devour him? Or do you want to wake him up? But let me tell you first. Once he wakes up, you'll fuse with his soul. You might lose your consciousness, or you might become a split soul. You're really annoying. You're like a villain, Yuan said. Then you're also hating your own face. Don't forget that you're me, and I'm you. Even though you're the embodiment of my dark side, it doesn't change the fact that you're me, and I'm you. The first god smiled. TSK. Yuan curled her lips. She looked at Yuhao in the first god's arms and said, To be honest, I prefer the first choice, but... She slowly walked towards him and took Yuhao from the first god's arms. She looked at him silently for a while and said, I don't like owing people favors. Last time, you saved me. This time, I'll save you. She seemed to have made up her mind about something, and she pressed her lips against Yuhao's without hesitation. Light flickered, and Yuan gently let go of Yuhao's lips. She looked like she hadn't had enough yet. Her body gradually became illusory, and the first god beside her also gradually became illusory. So, you've chosen to do this in the end, the illusory first god said. Yuan didn't say anything. Her eyes were fixed on Yuhao, as if she wanted to remember him forever. She gradually turned into a black ball of light. The mission of my existence has been completed, the illusory first god muttered to herself. First god. The spirits present all said with reluctance. Except for Electrolux, who had an indifferent expression. Ah, why are you all so sad? My mission was to let the second life have his own memories. Now my mission has been completed. I should return. He looked deeply at Yuhao. Welcome back, Lord Main Body. He turned into a white ball of light and merged with the black ball of light. He directly entered Yuhao's body, and Yuhao's aura suddenly soared. Demigod, God, Level 3 God, Level 1 God, Godly King. Only when he became a half-step Godly Emperor did he slowly stop. Then, on Yuhao's left hand, the white Magatama mark that hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly shone and drilled out. It was a white Magatama. It seemed to have found the other half. It shattered space and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. As for Yuhao, his hair had turned from blue to white. It was a very pure white. More importantly, he seemed to have regressed. From his original 16-year-old appearance, he had regressed to a 12-year-old appearance. His appearance was also changing. The current him was exactly the same as the first god. He slowly opened his eyes. He slowly stretched. Seems like I had a very long dream. Now I've finally woken up. He smiled. In the land of great danger, Gu Yuna looked at the rainbow necklace in her hand and suddenly trembled. Haha. Welcome back. In another place, a black-haired girl who was sitting cross-legged suddenly sensed something. Haha. I've finally woken up. This concubine is already prepared. In the Clear Sky sect, a white-haired girl also sensed something. Brother. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in space and a white magatama drilled out from it. When this white magatama appeared, a black magatama mark appeared on the back of the girl's right hand. Then, the black magatama mark seemed to come alive and directly turned into a solid black magatama. It was no longer a mark and collided with the white magatama mark. A white chain suddenly appeared on the girl's body. But in the next moment it instantly shattered. The girl suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. The black and white magatama mark turned into two necklaces and fell to the ground. Super godly realm. That aura just now. What's going on? Is it him? The Divine Emperor of Order suddenly couldn't sit still. A few days ago, ever since he found out that his father had been killed, he had been suppressing his violent emotions. But now, he felt a very familiar fluctuation. He finally couldn't hold back his violent emotions any longer. God of emotions! Outside the 10th universe, the border, boss seems to have woken up. Then he should be back soon, right? If there are no accidents, he should be back soon. It's impossible for accidents to happen every time. The last time was an accident. This time, there should be no problems. Probably. Once again, they return to Yuhao's inner world. Are you Yuhao or the first generation? Skydream asked very carefully. Yuhao smiled. Brother Skydream, what are you talking about? Of course I'm Yuhao. But then, he revealed a smile that belonged to the first generation. I'm also the first generation. In the sky above the inner world, the huge white ball of light began to slowly dissipate. The blue-haired boy who had been sleeping inside, which was Yuhao, slowly descended. Then, a 12-year-old white-haired boy suddenly appeared and hugged, Princess carried, Yuhao as he descended. First generation! The spirits exclaimed happily. The white-haired boy smiled and nodded. Yes, he was the first-generation god of emotions. He glanced at Yuan. Now, please make your choice. I respect the second generation's choice. Do you want to devour him? Or do you want to save him? But let me say this first. Once the second generation is saved, you will fuse with the second generation's soul. You might lose your own consciousness, or you might become a split soul. Your face is really annoying. You're just like a big villain, Yuan said. Then you're also annoying your own face. Don't forget that you are me, and I am you. Although you're the embodiment of my dark side, it doesn't change the fact that you are me, and I am you. The first generation smiled. TSK. Yuan's mouth twitched. She then looked at Yuhao, who was in the first generation's arms. To be honest, I prefer the first choice, but... She slowly walked towards him and took Yuhao from the first generation's arms. She silently looked at him for a while. I don't like to owe people favors. Last time, you saved me. This time, I'll save you. She seemed to have made up her mind about something, and she didn't hesitate to fiercely press her lips against Yuhao's. Light flashed, and Yuan gently let go of Yuhao's lips. She looked like she hadn't had enough yet. Her body gradually became illusory, and the first generation beside her also gradually became illusory. So, you've chosen to do this in the end, the illusory first generation said. Yuan didn't say anything. Her eyes were fixed on Yuhao, as if she wanted to remember him forever. She gradually turned into a black ball of light. The mission of my existence has been completed. The illusory first generation muttered to herself. First generation. The spirits present all said with reluctance. Apart from Electrolux, who had a calm expression. Ha ha! Why are you all so sad? My mission was to let the second generation have his own memories. Now my mission has been completed. I should return. He looked deeply at Yuhao. Welcome back, Lord Main Body. He turned into a white ball of light and merged with the black ball of light, directly entering Yuhao's body. Yuhao's aura suddenly rose. Demigod, God, Level 3 God, Level 1 God, Godly King. Only when he was half a step into the Godly Emperor realm did he slowly stop. Then, on Yuhao's left hand, the white Magatama mark that hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly shone and directly drilled out. That was a white Magatama. It seemed to have found the other half. It shattered space and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the other hand, Yuhao's hair had turned from blue to white. It was a very pure white. More importantly, he seemed to have regressed. He had regressed from his original 16-year-old appearance to that of a 12-year-old boy. His appearance was also changing. Right now, he looked exactly like the first generation. He slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Seems like it. Chapter 191. When Dailuoli woke up the next day, he realized that he was lying on his bed. Was everything last night a dream? He slowly got up. His limbs were in excruciating pain. It wasn't a dream. He subconsciously glanced at Tianrua Xiaoyao. Tianrua Xiaoyao had woken up earlier than him. She also realized that Dailuoli was looking at her. She smiled at him and said, "Let's go. Let's go eat." Dailuoli looked at her with a complicated expression. "Who are you? Why are you so strong? Furthermore, you know who Su Yun and I are. Your identity is definitely not simple. Who exactly are you?" Tianrua Xiaoyao laughed and said, "Let's talk when you can last 500 rounds against me. Now, hurry up and obey my orders. Let's go eat." Yes," Dailuoli said subconsciously. He even carefully sensed his martial soul. "It's different now. Furthermore, I'm rank 40 now. There's actually a colorless and transparent soul ring in my head." The words God-bestowed soul ring suddenly popped up in his mind. Quickly absorb that God-bestowed soul ring. The longer you absorb it, the stronger it will be. Tianrua Xiaoyao's voice was transmitted into his mind. Dailuoli was stunned. He only reacted after a long while. He looked at Tianrua Xiaoyao again. He had already gone to eat. "Who exactly are you?" Following this, the Sun Moon Empire launched a surprise attack. Xingluo's front lines were crushed, and the Ming-Do mountain range was occupied. "Battalion Commander, how's the situation?" Dailuoli asked anxiously. This concerned his father's safety. He couldn't help but be anxious. Su Yunxiao's face was filled with worry. "The situation is very bad. The casualties at the front lines are still unclear. It's only said that the White Tiger Duke led his bodyguards to bring up the rear so that they could escape from the Sun Moon Empire's firepower. The front lines have suffered heavy losses. The Western Field Army has also been dealt a devastating blow. The Sun Moon Empire has also used Class 9 stationary soul cannon shells. Conservatively speaking, the Sun Moon Empire has used at least 6 Class 9 stationary soul cannon shells this time." Dailuoli's face was pale. However, his gaze suddenly became determined. "I'm going to find my father. Su Yun, I'm leaving." As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave. However, Tianrua Xiaoyao suddenly slapped him, causing him to fall to the ground. "What can you do if you go? You'll only be cannon fodder if you go. You better stay here and cultivate for me. Even then, you're not allowed to go. Hurry up and absorb that thing for me too." He was lecturing Dailuoli coldly, but Dailuoli and Su Yun could tell that he was concerned for Dailuoli. Furthermore, His reprimand felt like an elder brother was reprimanding his younger brother. You guys stay here. I'll go, Tianrua Xiaoyao said. Wait, who are you? Did father send you here? Dai Luoli suddenly asked. Tianrua Xiaoyao sneered. Is he worthy? I don't like him at all. On the contrary, I hate him. But father is our country's hero. Dai Luoli wanted to say something, but Tianrua Xiaoyao interrupted him coldly. Hero? What a joke. Is he worthy of being called a hero? He didn't even show any concern for her. His last sentence was very soft. After Tianrua Xiaoyao finished speaking, he looked at Dai Luoli again. Call me elder brother. Elder brother, Dai Luoli subconsciously called out. Tianrua Xiaoyao smiled. Very good. Following this, the space behind him suddenly distorted. He fused into that distorted space and disappeared without a trace. How powerful! The two of them were shocked. They skipped a lot of nonsense. Anyway, they had successfully saved Dai Luoli. The black door slowly opened. The white tiger bodyguards and Dai Hao came out one by one. The last person to come out was a man in a black robe. It's safe here. I'll also remind you to quickly inform Emperor Xingluo and the Heavenly Soul Empire. Tell them that the Sun-Moon Empire is about to go to war. The Heavenly Soul Empire is likely to be targeted first. That's all I have to say. I'm leaving. Dai Hao was very grateful as he said, Thank you for saving my life twice, benefactor. Back in the Yin-Yang love-querying valley, Yuhao had an avatar. Take note that it was an avatar, not a martial soul avatar, that stayed outside and saved the lives of Dai Hao and the rest. May I know your name, elder? You'll know in the future. The man in a black robe waved his hand as he replied. Following this, the man in a black robe slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Dai Hao and his bodyguards bowed respectfully in the direction where he disappeared. After this, they got up and returned to camp. In the distance, the man in a black robe slowly took off his black robe. He was a very cold man. However, his appearance started to change. He turned into a 16-year-old youth with long blue hair. He was very handsome and looked very demonic. What should I do? How should I deal with my relationship with him? He muttered as he stroked his chin. Forget it, I'll go back first. You. Dai Luoli was stunned as he stared at the young man with long blue hair in front of him. The young man looked like he was only 16 years old. There's nothing to be surprised about. This is my true appearance, the youth said. He was Tianrua Xiaoyao. No, he should be called Yuhao now. You. Dai Luoli was stunned. Yuhao didn't continue speaking. Instead, he retrieved a small bowl of clear water from his starlight sapphire ring and mixed some liquid. Water and inky silver liquid. Wasn't this something that was only used for the blood test? What are you trying to do? Dai Luoli was stunned as he looked at Yuhao. Yuhao smiled and lifted his head. He looked at Dai Luoli and said, Didn't you say it already? As he spoke, he retrieved a long needle and pricked his finger. He dripped a drop of blood into the bowl. Take note, it was red blood. In a sense, Yuhao was no longer human. This was because his blood had changed. Even though there was still a little bit of human blood left, there wasn't much left. It was very likely that this was his last drop of human blood. He passed the needle to Dai Luoli and said, Hurry up! Dai Luoli took in a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. He came in front of the bowl and pricked his finger with the needle. He dripped a drop of blood into the bowl. The 2 drops of blood floated in the inky silver liquid. They were independent of each other. The 2 drops of blood slowly approached each other. Dai Luoli stared intently at the bowl. He was very clear that if these 2 drops of blood fused into one, it would prove that he and Yuhao were related. Otherwise, the 2 drops of blood would separate from each other, and they would remain in this distinct state. They would never fuse. The 2 drops of blood were getting closer and closer. Dai Luoli subconsciously clenched his fist. He was smart, and naturally knew that Hui Yuhao wouldn't do this for no reason. However, this was simply too unbelievable. The two drops of blood finally separated from each other. They first touched each other tentatively, and then they bounced off each other like two soft balls. Just as Dai Luoli heaved a sigh of relief, and thought that this was a meaningless game, there was a slight trace of blood between the two drops of blood. He suddenly realized that there was a thread of blood connecting the two small balls. Before he could react, the two blood beads had fused together at an astonishing speed, turning into an even larger blood bead. Ah! Dai Luoli was shocked. He snatched the bowl from Hui Yuhao's hand and brought the inky silver liquid in front of him. He was a little stunned when he saw that there was only one drop of blood left in the bowl. You saw it too. We are related by blood. I'm also that person's child. You and I are half-brothers. I was born a year earlier than you, and I'm your elder brother. It's a pity that I'm the same as you. I'm also a bastard. My mother's status is far inferior to yours. She was once that person's servant. When I was young, I also lived in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Your mother took good care of my mother. If not for her care, I might not have survived. My mother was always very grateful. She couldn't forget your mother's kindness even after she passed away. After my mother died, she was forced by the Duchess to live with the servants. Her life was even worse than that of the servants. She raised me painstakingly. After that, she fell seriously ill. After she was kicked down by Dai Huabin, she never got up again. That year I was 8 years old. It was also then that I decided to leave this place that had given me a dark childhood. My martial soul is the same as yours. It's a variant. Destiny Spirit Eyes. That's my martial soul. Dai Luoli suddenly looked at his eyes. They were otherworldly pupils. His left eye was bluish gold, while his right eye was rose gold. There was even a golden third eye on his forehead. When I left, I swore that I would destroy that place to avenge my mother. However, I've thought about many things now. I've decided not to destroy that place. I just want to find the culprits to settle the score. The White Tiger Duke, the Duchess, and Dai Huabin. However, that doesn't include you and your mother. You are really my elder brother. Dai Luoli was stunned as he asked. Didn't you see it too? Hui Yuhao pointed at the bowl. Dai Luoli took in a deep breath. Are you going to deal with father and the rest? Not now, but it's not far away. However, I'll have to settle the national crisis first. If I can't settle the national crisis, how can I settle the family matters? Hui Yuhao said. Dai Luoli sat down beside Hui Yuhao and whispered, Elder brother. Hui Yuhao shuddered slightly. He hugged Dai Luoli and said, Ah, little brother. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Dai Luoli's eyes also turned a little red when he saw the tears on Hui Yuhao's face. Hui Yuhao's narration was very calm. However, Dai Luoli could tell that Hui Yuhao had suffered a lot. He was just an 8-year-old kid, but he was already roaming the world. How did he survive all these years? A soul master's cultivation required him to hunt soul beasts. He had to bear all those dangers alone. You're thinking too much. It wasn't dangerous at all. However, elder brother, I still have something I want to ask. Yes, ask away. Are you sure you're really my elder brother and not my younger brother? Dai Luoli was in a daze as he touched Hui Yuhao's head. Hui Yuhao's face suddenly turned black. Alright. You rascal, you're too thick-skinned, aren't you? You even dare to touch your elder brother's head? Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. Ah! Hui Yuhao felt a little warm in his heart. He could tell that Dai Luoli was doing this on purpose. He was only doing this to stop him from crying. Chapter 192. I was wondering what kind of person could enter my spiritual barrier. It turns out that your spiritual power is even stronger than mine. It just so happens that my death god pagoda lacks a few powerful souls to guard it. I'll take you guys in. A figure slowly walked out of the bloody light. Yes, she walked out of thin air. When she appeared, the surrounding air was clearly distorted. All the bloody light seemed to be worshipping her, supporting her arrival in this world. It was a woman, at least from her figure. Her voice was magnetic and slightly hoarse, but it seemed to have a special charm to it. It made it easy for people to feel close to her and even respect her. She walked forward step by step, and soul rings began to rise from her feet. When everyone saw her soul rings, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her first soul ring was as black as ink, and its deep luster showed that it was a 10,000-year soul ring. Following that, soul rings rose one after another. Black, 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 red, 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 red. 6 10,000-year soul rings, 300,000-year soul rings. When all 9 soul rings appeared, even Shatterstar Doloa was suppressed to the point that he found it difficult to breathe. Yuhao's brows furrowed slightly, but they quickly relaxed. Yuhao's lips curled. How frightening! I didn't expect the legendary death god Doloa to be an ultimate Dolu. His words shocked the 13-titled Dolu. Ultimate Dolua? She's actually an ultimate Dolua? However, they actually didn't care how Yuhao saw through her strength. Senior, who exactly are you? Shatterstar Doloa asked in a deep voice. The appearance of an ultimate Dolua shocked him even more. As a titled Dolua, he was even more shocked. After entering the ranks of titled Dolua, he understood how difficult it was to advance by one rank. 95% of titled Dolua would never reach the level of Super Dolua, and 99% of titled Dolua would never reach the level of Ultimate Dolu. The Ultimate Dolua was an existence that was close to becoming a demigod. He was known as the person closest to becoming a god. All he needed was a god seat and a special transformation to become a god. Such an existence had been hiding in the Sun-Moon Empire all this time. In addition to the Darkness Holy Dragon Xiaoyao, the 2 known living Ultimate Dolua were both in the Sun-Moon Empire. It was no wonder that the Sun-Moon Empire had the confidence to declare war and unify the Dolua continent. They did indeed have a sufficient foundation. The ultimate Dolua Grim Reaper Dolua, coupled with the Grim Reaper, was an ultimate existence. With her around, they didn't need too many soldiers. Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to ask, the mysterious woman said coldly. There's no need to ask, Yuhao said very calmly. The Holy Ghost Religion's supreme leader, Grim Reaper Dolua Yishi Shui. She's from the same era as my teacher, Dragon God Dolua Muen, and Dragon Emperor Dolua Xiaoyao. After he finished speaking, all the titled Dolua were shocked. She was from the same era as those 2. More importantly, she was the supreme leader of the Holy Ghost religion? Yishi Shui was shocked for the first time. She sized up Yuhao again. Yuhao didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his aura started to rise. 1 gold, 4 red, and 1 rose gold, 3 red. A terrifying combination of 9 soul rings. More importantly, his aura surpassed Yishi Shui's. Yishi Shui was shocked. Demigod. She spat out in disbelief. Wrong. Yuhao said calmly, I'm a quasi-god. He looked at the titled Dolua behind him again. Everyone, get away. I'm about to destroy this place. Let's look at the situation now. Yes. The titled Dolua and the Tangmen had all run away. Only the 2 of them were left. Now that everyone is gone, let's see what you're capable of. Grim Reaper Dolua Yishi Shui. Yuhao curled his finger. However, Yishi Shui didn't rush over. You're the Holy Sun? Yuhao tilted his head. How do you know? We've never met before. Weren't you taken away by the Holy Emperor? Why are you here? She asked in disbelief. The Holy Emperor? She's no match for me. At least, she wasn't in the past. Furthermore, she doesn't dare to do anything to me because she can't bear the consequences. He said calmly. What? Yishi Shui was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. With the Holy Emperor's strength, why would she be afraid of him? Could it be that he... She seemed to have thought of something terrifying. She looked at Yuhao with a hint of fear in her eyes. Let me see how strong Grim Reaper Dolua is. Yuhao stretched his body slightly. He waved his hand gently and a huge barrier enveloped the two of them in the Ming-Do mountain range. Are you ready? Don't worry. I'll suppress my strength to the same level as yours, Yuhao said. Yi Shishui sensed Yuhao's aura carefully and realized that it was almost the same as hers. All right. I'm almost at the same level as you. Now. Yuhao clapped his hands and a black door suddenly appeared behind him. Yuhao's hair had also turned gray at some point in time. The black door slowly opened. Woo 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 woo. A bone-piercing howl sounded. There was a large wave of high-level skeleton soldiers, skeleton riders, zombies, liches, hellhounds, abominations, corpse bugs, bone dragons, zombie ice bear king, and the Death Knight Lich King. He was the leader at the very front of the group. Thousands of pairs of blue eyes stared at Yi Shishui. Yi Shishui suddenly trembled. Was this the power of the Holy Sun? He was really powerful. He could actually control the undead. She felt that they were all as strong as Dolua. There were even some that she couldn't see through. As expected of the Holy Sun. If our sect had the Holy Sun, we would definitely be able to achieve glory. We would be able to rule the entire world of Dolua. Whoever wants to rule can rule. As long as he doesn't mess up 13 Dolua, it doesn't matter how he rules. However, 13 Dolua can't be ruled by you. Yuhao said. Go. Woo 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 woo. The Lich King led the undead and charged towards Yi Shishui. Hey, Holy Sun, didn't you say you wanted to fight one-on-one? Why? One-on-one? I didn't say that. Furthermore, why do you want to fight one-on-one if you can fight as a group? After that, Yi Shishui used the Death God Pagoda and lasted for 5 minutes. Following that, Yi Shishui used the power of space to find a weak point in the barrier. Then, she broke through the weak point and escaped. Don't ask why she was so weak. Yuhao did it on purpose. Otherwise, she would have been able to escape. She escaped. Yuhao pretended to be slightly shocked. However, in the next moment, he smiled meaningfully. However, I've already gotten the result I wanted. Hey, don't you have a decent opponent? You asked me to bully a human who hasn't even become a god. Aren't you embarrassed? The Lich King looked at Yuhao and said. Of course. Don't say that. If you want a decent opponent, wait until I return to the god realm. Please go back now. Humph. Otherwise, it won't be fun. Undead, retreat. Chapter 193. Let's skip to the extreme north. In the extreme north, a group of female soul engineers were surrounding a white-haired youth. The blue-haired youth was holding a lady in red armor. Hey! Get out of my way. I've already said that I'm only here because I'm curious. I'm not a spy. Get out of the way and let me out. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to your commander. The blue-haired youth said to the oldest female soul engineer. His words were filled with threats. Rascal! If anything happens to her, I won't let you off. We'll see if you can beat me. Now, get out of my way. Don't worry, I'll let her go once I leave this place safely. I'm a man of my word. After the blue-haired youth finished speaking, he left with the so-called commander. Dozens of kilometers away, on a high slope. It's really you. I thought you were already dead. The lady hugged the blue-haired youth as tears streamed down her face. Alright, stop crying, Juzi. It's not like you don't know that almost no one on the Dolua continent can kill me. One of them was the commander of the Fire Phoenix Soul Engineer Legion, the Sun Moon Empress, Juzi. The other was Yuhao. As for why Yuhao was here, It was because he had come with Nan Qiuqiu to move the natural divine ice crystal away. After that, Yuhao wanted to return to the extreme north to see Little Bai. However, he bumped into the Soul Engineer Legion. After that, he came in openly to see what they were doing. After that, they fought a huge battle, which led to what had happened just now. Yuhao, do you know that my eyes haven't been so happy in a long time? I'm so happy to see you again. I'm so happy. Yuhao didn't say anything. He allowed Juzi to hug him. He had once been attracted to her. Although he only loved Tang Wudong and Wang Qiuer, Juzi was the only one who had moved his heart for the first time. Yuhao, it's just as you said. We really did meet on the battlefield, Juzi said with a complicated expression on her face. After that, I wrote a bunch of mushy words that I didn't even want to write anymore. Then, don't try to struggle. There's no solution to this 10,000 drunkenness. It's not poison. It will only make you sleep for a while. Yuhao, I like you. Really, I really like you. I love you. You are the only man I have ever loved in my life. The scene in front of him was that of a 16-year-old boy, who looked devilishly cute to the point of exploding, being held in the arms of a 20-year-old girl in a world of ice and snow. She was afraid that at this moment, a wretched weird uncle would suddenly jump out and shout, "Let go of that Shota! Let me do it!" After that, everyone knows what Juzi did. Some people told me not to let Su Yunhan be born. I just want to say that I make the decisions for my novel. And most importantly, Su Yunhan was an important existence at the end of the game. Therefore, he had to be born. Sigma, winky face. Am I a spoiler? After that, Yuhao miraculously came back to life a second after Juzi left. Yuhao, scram. I'm not dead. It's over. He looked at Juzi in the distance and sighed deeply. Why did you do this? However, he didn't know if she could take it. She took the god seed. In the icy plains of the extreme north, there was a gigantic ice bear. Its body was as large as a mountain, and there were blue dragon scales all over its body. It even had a pair of folded dragon wings on its back, and its aura caused all the nearby soul beasts to tremble in fear. It was the Ice Bear King who had the bloodline of dragons. At this moment, this powerful Ice Bear King was crawling on the ground. On a mountain peak not far from it, there was a devilishly handsome young man. Grandfather, I've completed what you asked Little Bai to do. Thank you for your hard work, Little Bai. The young man seemed to be thinking about something as he casually spoke to the bear. The giant bear called Little White blinked. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Oh, Grandpa! Oh, it's nothing. Tell me, Little Bai, was it right for me to ask Juzi to take away that thing? The young man seemed a little lost. This young man was Yuhao. So that's what Grandfather is thinking about. Grandfather, I've never been in a relationship before, but I know that it's fine as long as I follow my heart. Why do I have to care about what others think? If Grandfather thinks that's the right thing to do, then it's the right thing to do. Other people's opinions are only their opinions. Little Bai revealed a bear-like smile. However, this smile was really, hee. I didn't expect you to say something like that. Yuhao laughed. That's right. Yuhao, you're not who you used to be. You're zero. You're the beginning and end of everything. This is your life. You just have to follow your heart. The Sky Dream Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and the others appeared around him. Cheer up, our Dragon Master. This isn't like you. The 8 Dragon Kings appeared behind him one by one. As the inheritor of fate, you should never regret your choices. The Qilin also appeared. Tang Yu, who saved me, wouldn't have such an expression. The 9-tailed Empress Scorpion also appeared. This king won't think about those things. How can such a small matter make you think about life? What if something big happens? Han Tian's voice sounded from the depths of his soul. All of you. Yuhao was stunned. Everyone spoke at the same time. No matter what you do, we'll support you. That's because we're family. Family, Yuhao muttered. Suddenly, something flashed across his mind. Speaking of which, the reason why Juzi started this war is because the war between the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire destroyed her family and took their lives. It's not wrong for Juzi to start a war to take revenge. However, this method is a little too much. What if? A thought flashed across his mind, jumping into the Evil Soul Master's camp to save Tangye Xiao. Xiaoye. Bei looked at Tangye, who was only a step away from him. He couldn't control his emotions at all. Bei. Tangye's trembling voice sounded. In the next moment, the two of them finally hugged each other. This hug seemed to last forever. Hey. Alright, Bei, Xiaoye. If you want to show off your love, wait until we're out. Don't show off in battle. Su Sancher, who had been shielding them from the attacks coming from all directions, complained. The two of them hurriedly separated. Su Sancher, you can rest now. Watch me show off my prowess. Tangye said domineeringly. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red. 8 soul rings revolved around her. I don't want to pretend anymore. Dark golden blue silver emperor started to gather in her hand and condensed into a spear. Dark golden blue silver tyrant spear. She pointed at the soul engineer legions and said, I want to vent. After that, they successfully rescued her. As for why Ma Xiaotao wasn't there, Yuhao had already found out. It turned out that Ma Xiaotao was actually in closed-door cultivation to become a super dolu. It seemed like he could only wait and see. Chapter 194. 3 years later. Don't worry, it wasn't actually 3 years. Forbidden Island. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky. What blocked the lightning was a golden black tortoise shield. Hey, Bei, is your lightning only at this level? That's too weak. Behind the golden Xuanwu shield, a handsome youth had his hands on his hips as he mocked the purple-haired youth. Weren't these two Bei and Su Sancher? Humph. Sancher, you're wrong if you think that way. Su Sancher realized that he couldn't move his entire body. Paralysis effect? Mystical water purification. Black water droplets started to appear above Su Sanchi's head. The water droplets landed on Su Sanchi's body, and the paralysis effect disappeared instantly. The mystical water purification's effect was to purify all negative effect. Furthermore, it was a martial soul talent that Su Sancher had developed over the past few days. As long as he was in a negative state, he would automatically be purified by the mystical water. More importantly, he could purify others too. It's really powerful. Bei smiled elegantly. Then, how about this? The 8th red soul ring of Bei's 9 soul rings lit up, and 9 purple clouds appeared above Su Sancher. 9 heavenly lightning annihilation. The corner of Su Sanchi's mouth twitched. It was obvious that he knew how powerful it was. Boom. 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 9 bolts of lightning roared and smoke rose. Bei shook his head. It still wasn't as powerful as he wanted it to be. As the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge pit appeared in front of Bei. There was only a huge golden turtle shell below, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, appeared around it. The 9th soul ring lit up. Absolute defense. Bei laughed bitterly. Su Sancher immediately popped his head out of the turtle shell and roared furiously, Are you trying to kill me? The 9 heavenly lightning annihilation isn't a joke. If not for the fact that I've already made some progress in understanding absolute defense, wouldn't I have been killed by you? My 9 heavenly lightning annihilation isn't as powerful as I want it to be. If it's as powerful as I want it to be, I'll be able to break through your absolute defense. Bei said regretfully. Hey, don't be discouraged. Haven't you been working hard? You'll reach it. Bei, let's rest for a while. A woman's voice rang out from a stalk of grass. It's Xiaoya. Bei Bei was delighted. Haha. Xiaoya, your ability to sense flowers and plants is getting better and better. No matter how powerful it is, it's still a probing skill. Let me show you my new skill, the grass said. In the next moment, the grass began to emit a green light. The other flowers and plants around the grass also emitted a green light. In the next moment, Tangya appeared in front of the two of them. Oh my God! This! The two of them were dumbfounded. Is this spatial teleportation? It's a little similar. However, it relies on plants to teleport through space. I named it One Flower, One World. As long as there are plants, I can teleport. I can even teleport others. Tangya laughed. This is amazing. The two of them gave him a thumbs up. Xiaoya, you've come. A blonde woman walked over. She had a pair of rabbit ears on her head, and her appearance was beautiful and elegant. More importantly, she had a very strange charm that would always attract the attention of others. I can't. Nan Nan, hurry up and put away your charm body. I'm really. Su Sancher covered his nose. Even Bei Bei had almost succumbed just now. It was just that he had used lightning to jolt himself back to his senses. Humph! Filthy fellow! The woman flung her long hair and snorted at Su Sancher. She was Jiang Nan Nan. I have to say, Nan Nan, your charm body is really the nemesis of men. Tangya said. That might not be the case. Who knows, it might not work on Yuhao. Jiang Nan Nan said. How can Yuhao be bewitched? I'm afraid that he'll charm you instead, Nan Nan. Su Sancher covered his nose and laughed. You. Jiang Nanan's charming face turned slightly red. Ha 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 ha. The three of them immediately laughed. What are you guys talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? A petite and beautiful woman with a flute in her hand walked over. Behind her was a big man wearing black and gold armor. It's Xiao Xiao and Kaitu. Xiao Xiao, your music must have improved a lot, right? Speaking of which, Kaitu, are you still unable to take off this armor? Bei Bei asked. The big man in armor nodded. That's right. Only the helmet can be taken off. The rest can't be taken off at all. I can't even sleep wearing this. The most important thing is... He looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's small face suddenly became very red. Oh, I understand you. Don't worry, there will always be a way. Su Sanchi's wretched eyes explained everything. You wretched fellow. Jiang Nanan gave him a slap on the head. Su Sancher, who had absolute defense, actually had a big bump on his head. Wu Nanan, it hurts. Your penetrating fist can't enter again, right? How ruthless. Su Sancher cried out as he touched the bump on his head. At this moment, a melodious tune sounded, and Su Sanchi's bump instantly disappeared. Xiao Zhao's healing song has improved a lot. Su Sancher touched his head, which was already healed. We heard the sound of the flute from afar. She has improved a lot. 5 figures walked out from the depths of the forest. No, it was more accurate to say that there were 6 of them. One of them was actually transparent. Furthermore, she was floating in midair. It's brother Ji and sister Xian. There's also Qiuqiu, Gai, Nana, and Luoli. Speaking of which, Nana, your seductive body has already been perfected? Really? Won't you be immune to all physical attacks and most special attacks in the future? You're invincible! Shrek and the others exclaimed. Eldest Senior, I can't say that I'm invincible. Some special attacks are my nemesis. For example, Eldest Senior's lightning, Miss Qiuqiu and Miss Gai's annihilation and holy powers, as well as your light and purification powers, are my nemesis. Nana said faintly. After all these years of training, her personality had changed a little. Her words were always faintly spoken. Let's fight. Ji Juechen pulled out his Tao God sword. His sword aura was retracted, and he was ready to unleash it at any time. Go away. Who can last 100 rounds against you? Su Sancher immediately cowered. He could defend against Ji Juechen's sword. With his absolute defense, he was invincible as long as the attack was within his range. However, he couldn't defeat Ji Juechen. I can do it. Dai Luoli raised his hand and said. Luoli, you can actually last 100 rounds against him? Su Sancher was astonished. To be precise, I can't last 100 rounds. I can't lose, Ji Juechen said. Huh! After hearing Ji Juechen's words, the 5 of them were stunned as they looked at Dai Luoli. They knew how strong Ji Juechen was. However, Dai Luoli was actually invincible. This was really... Boom! A loud boom sounded and the ground shook. Everyone looked at the volcano in the distance helplessly. The volcano had erupted and lava was flowing out. How many times has this happened? Su Sanchi's mouth twitched. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. A phoenix's cry resonated in the sky. A huge phoenix soared into the sky. Sister Xiaotao has woken up again. Su Sancher was a little angry as he spoke. After all, every time she didn't wake up, the volcano would erupt. They were already used to it. The heavenly fire phoenix transformed into a lady in red. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. She stretched. I don't know how long I've slept this time. Sister Xiaotao. Shrek and the others shouted. Oh, it's you guys. It seems like you're having a gathering. Ma Xiaotao landed on the ground. Sister Xiaotao, you're really something. Why do you keep causing the volcano to erupt? Can't you not live in a volcano? Su Sancher complained. Only a volcano is suitable for me to live in on this island. Ma Xiaotao said domineeringly. Everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, didn't everyone get that thing? Ma Xiaotao suddenly became very serious. Everyone else also became very serious. Yes. The black tortoise only gave this to me after I fought a few hundred rounds with it. Su Sancher pointed at the turtle shell mark that had suddenly appeared on his forehead. Bei Bei had a lightning imprint on his forehead, Tanya had a leaf imprint on her forehead, Jiang Nannan had a cherry blossom imprint on her forehead, and Xiao Xiao had a musical note imprint. Hikaitu took off his helmet and revealed the word tool on his forehead. Ji Juechen's imprint was a colorful cloud imprint. Nan Qiuqiu's was a purple sword imprint. Jing Xian's was a diamond-shaped imprint that looked like a dragon's scale. Yi Gai's was a holy golden angel imprint. Dai Luoli's was a blood-red tiger imprint. Nana's was like a little spirit. It was quite cute. Ma Xiaotao's was a fiery red flame imprint. It seems like everyone has gotten it. Hui Yuhao's voice suddenly sounded. Hui Yuhao appeared in front of everyone. Tang Dong and Wang Qiu'er appeared with him. Yuhao. Little brother. Big brother. Young master? Different names sounded. Those who called him Yuhao were naturally Shrek and the rest, as well as Ji Juechen, Jing Xian, Nan Qiuqiu, and Yi Gai. Only Ma Xiaotao and Dai Luoli called him Little Brother and Big Brother. As for Young Master, only Nana would call him that. They hadn't seen Yuhao in 3 years. They couldn't see him at all, apart from communicating with him mentally. It seems like everyone has gained a lot. Hui Yuhao laughed. That's for sure. Dong and Qiu'er are both here. Su Sancher said. Yes, we're here to bring all of you back, Wang Qiu'er said plainly. Sigh. I'm a little reluctant to leave after spending 3 years here. Su Sancher said. Sigh. Thinking about how I've been here for 3 years, I really can't bear to leave now. Su Sancher said somewhat sadly. Then you can stay, Wang Qiu'er said plainly. Ugh. But I still miss the Dolua continent. That's my home, my hometown. Su Sanchi's expression immediately changed. However, we've grown a lot over the past 3 years, haven't we? Bei Bei asked Su Sancher. Yes. That's a huge growth, Hikaitu said. Haha, 3 years? Eldest senior brother. Actually, only a year has passed on the Dolua continent. Tang Donger laughed. What? Everyone was stunned. The ratio of time on the Forbidden Island is different from that on the Dolua continent. It's probably because of the power of space and time. Anyway, you've spent 3 years on the Forbidden Island, but only a year has passed on the Dolua continent, Yuhao explained. It's indeed a magical island. Everyone sighed. All right. This time, let's be my new brothers and enjoy the sea breeze. Go. Brother Black Tortoise. Su Sancher made a gesture that resembled a summoning gesture. A crow passed by with countless black dots. Sigh? Brother Black Tortoise? Brother Black Tortoise? What's going on? He's ignoring me? Su Sancher scratched his head. Yuhao laughed. This guy is afraid of me. Back then. Forget it. Everyone, let's sit on something more exciting. In an instant, 8 dragons of different colors appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was speechless. F***CK. Dragons. They're dragons. Furthermore, they seem to be very powerful. The 8 great dragon kings. Let me introduce them. They're my companions from my previous life, and also my family. Everyone was stunned. Su Sancher even wanted to say, Dragon subduing God. Please accept my respect. The 8 great dragon kings? Aren't there 9 of them? Ma Xiaotao knew about the legends of the 9 great dragon kings. The 9th one is right in front of you, the 8 great dragon kings said. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They weren't surprised that they could speak, but they were surprised that their voices were all female. The 9th one is me, Ice Dragon King. Ice Dragon King. Yuhao pointed at himself. Then, everyone understood and put on a shocked expression. In short, they were riding a dragon back this time. When they came, they were riding a whale. When they left, they were riding a dragon. This kind of treatment was really hard to come by. Chapter 195. After Bei Bei and the others returned to Shrek safely, they jumped to where Yuhao killed Su Tianran. As for Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui, who were supposed to be dead, they gained immortal souls with Yuhao's help, just like Elder Mu. The 2 of them went overseas for their honeymoon, while Elder Mu continued to stay in the Golden Tree. My heart ached for Elder Mu, Evil Demon Forest. Zhongli Wu asked Nangong Wan, is there still no news from the Sovereign Sex Leader? Not yet. The Sovereign Sex Leader left in the morning, and there's still no news from him. Nangong Wan replied respectfully. Zhongli Wu furrowed his brow and said, the last batch of resources has been transported away, and our people have returned. As long as we transport these resources out, we can temporarily abandon this place and seal the entrance. We'll return when we have the chance in the future. This is the foundation of our sect. We'll return one day. Nangong Wan nodded and said, we'll definitely return. Sect leader, when are we leaving? Zhongli Wu replied without hesitation, we'll leave immediately after we pack up. Nangong Wan was stunned. Aren't we going to wait for the Supreme Elder and Elder long? Zhongli Wu shook his head and said, no. The Supreme Elder doesn't want us to wait for her. I don't know what she's thinking. Since the Sun-Moon Empire has already shed all pretense of cordiality with us, why don't they let us take revenge? With her strength, if she wanted to do it, who could stop her? I'm not worried about her safety. We'll leave immediately after we pack up. Talents are our foundation. As long as we leave this place and accumulate some strength, it won't be a problem for us to make a comeback. Yes. Nangong Wan acknowledged respectfully. Zhongli Wu was the master here, and he could only listen to his orders. At this moment, Zhongli Wu and Feng Ling raised their heads at the same time and looked into the sky. Their expressions changed drastically, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Oh no! A strong enemy has appeared. Ask him for help. Zhongli Wu shouted. In the next instant, a cluster of dazzling golden flames rose into the air and exploded in the air. Then, another golden light shot even higher into the sky and exploded as well. You can't escape anymore. Huiyuhao, Tang Dong-er, and Wang Qiu'er appeared at the same time. It's you. Zhongli Wu was shocked. He didn't call him Lord Holy Sun because he no longer had the right to do so. You can all die now. Huiyuhao raised one hand, Tang Dong-er raised the hammer of the Celestial Emperor, and Wang Qiu'er drew the catastrophe bow and knocked the soul-devouring arrow. Wait! A low voice sounded. Zhongli Wu and the others were elated. My lord! You are finally here. They're causing trouble in your territory. Please punish these people who dare to disturb the peace of the evil demon forest. Huiyuhao and the other two looked up into the sky. The gigantic eye and the 81 pairs of tentacles danced in the air. Wasn't this the second-ranked beast of the 10 great savage beasts, the Beholder Tyrant? Many titled Dolo called him the Evil Emperor. Let them go. The Evil Emperor said plainly. Zhongli Wu and the others were very excited. At least they still had a chance of survival if the Evil Emperor was here. However, in the next moment their hopes were dashed. Let them go, let me kill them. So you asked them to build a base here because you wanted to kill them? Huiyuhao asked as he looked at the Evil Emperor, who had transformed into a blood-haired youth. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. I tricked them into my base before I attacked them. This way, I won't miss a single rat, the Evil Emperor said. But there are still remnants of the Holy Ghost religion, Tang Dong-er said. The remaining members are no longer a threat. Let them fend for themselves, Wang Qiu'er said. But they are still a hidden tumor, Huiyuhao muttered. Let's not think about it anymore. Anyway, we've already destroyed the base. Now, come back, Evil Emperor. Oh yes, Yuhao, if you have time, I advise you to go to the Skyend mountain range in the westernmost part of the Dolua continent. Something terrible has happened there. After the Evil Emperor finished speaking, he turned into a red light and entered Huiyuhao's forehead. The Skyend mountain range. Huiyuhao closed his eyes. His third eye opened on his forehead as he looked towards the west of the Dolua continent. In the next moment, Huiyuhao's eyes suddenly opened. There was an indescribable shock in his eyes. This isn't good. Tang Dong-er and Qiu'er both looked towards the west. Wang Qiu'er also opened her third eye. She had the same expression as Huiyuhao. Indeed, it's bad. However, it doesn't seem to have started expanding. Let's go there after we kill Su Tianran. Sun Moon Imperial Palace. Su Tianran lifted his wine cup and revealed a smile on his face. He said, Come, consecrators. Let's toast to the Sun Moon Empire's conquest of the Xingluo and Do Ling empires and the unification of the continent. To victory! The 6 Class 9 Soul Engineers hurriedly lifted their wine cups and said in unison. What no one noticed was that when they brought their wine cups to their lips, there was a small ice crystal in front of them. There was an inconspicuous little ice crystal in everyone's wine glass. Today's wine was brewed from grapes, and there was no clue about it in the dark red liquid. I wonder if it's because His Majesty is treating us. This wine tastes really good. One of the Class 9 Soul Engineers laughed. Su Tianran's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the servant beside him. How could the taste of the same pot of wine be different from the previous cup and the next cup? He remembered very clearly that he hadn't changed the pot. At this moment, Su Tianran was especially sensitive to the slightest movement of grass in the wind. What made him feel more at ease was that the servant didn't change because of his gaze. Instead, he seemed a little lost. He lowered his head and said respectfully, Your Majesty, would you like another cup? Just as Su Tianran relaxed a little, his and the other 6 Class 9 Soul Engineers' expressions changed at the same time. The wine that was originally cool suddenly became ice-cold. The wine should have been close to body temperature after entering their stomachs, but it seemed to have started to freeze. A sinister aura instantly spread throughout their bodies, causing everyone to feel a chill. Furthermore, that chill seemed to have frozen their blood and passageways. "Oh no!" one of the Class 9 Soul Engineers shouted. A layer of fog rose from his body. His reaction wasn't slow. His goal was very simple. He wanted to use his powerful soul power to force the wine out of his body. However, when he circulated his soul force, he discovered that something was wrong. Although the soul force in his body was still vigorous, wherever the wine passed, regardless of whether it was his bloodline or soul force, everything seemed to be frozen. When his soul force came into contact with the frighteningly cold wine, it was immediately frozen along with his soul force. Even his energy was frozen. What kind of terrifying power was this? Su Tianran was doing the same thing. However, when his soul power came into contact with the cold wine, he realized that something was wrong. His expression immediately changed and became very ugly. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Lethal poison? That was the first thing that came to his mind. There was no other possibility apart from lethal poison. However, the wine that he drank was tasted by professionals before it was served. They were also carefully tested. Only after they confirmed that there were no problems would they be served to him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why aren't you guys continuing to eat? Hurry up and eat. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to enjoy such a sumptuous dinner in the future. A young man's voice could be heard. Everyone was shocked. Who is this? Quick, pass down my orders. Seal. Su Tianran shouted softly. He realized that it was very difficult for him to speak. This was because his throat seemed to be frozen. When he spoke, white fog would even come out of his mouth. It's useless. Don't shout. I've already sealed the palace. In front of everyone, Yuhao, Tang Dong-er and Wang Qiu-er slowly appeared. It was as if the air had turned into them. You are. Su Tianran was astonished as he looked at Yuhao. Long time no see. Su Tianran. Yuhao picked up a chicken drumstick from the table and started eating. Your food is barely passable. You guys should take this opportunity to eat. After all, this is your last dinner. Yuhao drank a glass of wine and smiled amiably as he spoke. However, that smile was a nightmare in everyone's eyes. Who was he? He was the madman who had bombed Radiant City, the Eye of the Shura. What do you want? Su Tianran supported himself on the table to prevent himself from falling. Nothing much. Hurry up and finish your last dinner. I'll send you guys on your way. Yuhao, Tang Dong-er, and Wang Qiu-er sat down together and enjoyed the delicious food. The two girls were very disappointed with the food. After all, they had grown up eating Yuhao's cooking. Now, everyone in the Sun Moon Empire was in despair. Yuhao looked at their despairing expressions and his gaze turned cold. Since you guys don't want to eat, then forget it. I wanted you guys to be full ghosts before you die. It seems like you can only be hungry ghosts. Yuhao snapped his fingers. In the next moment, everyone in the Sun Moon Empire felt as if their bodies were about to explode. From their blood vessels to their hearts. Boom. The upgraded version of the ice explosion technique. Ice shards covered the ground. Of course, there was also a layer of blood red. Yuhao clapped his hands. Let's call it a day. You guys really killed him? Juzi was stunned. Yes. It won't be long before news of Su Tianran's death spreads. Tang Dong-er hugged Yuhao's arm as she spoke. Qiu-er held his hand. To her, she didn't need to be so intimate. She was satisfied just holding his hand. However, in Juzi's eyes, she was envious of the two girls. However, she had her own secret. She was pregnant with Yuhao's child. This was something that the two girls couldn't do. Juzi, we have to go. I hope you can keep your promise and not start a war for 10 years. Once you do, the Doloa continent will be in danger. Yuhao looked towards the west as he spoke. Where are you guys going? Juzi heard something from Yuhao's words. A dangerous place. After Yuhao finished speaking, he grabbed Tang Dong and Wang Qiu and disappeared from Juzi's sight. Juzi stood there in a daze. Yuhao, don't worry. I won't start a war. That's our promise. Oh, hello. A weird voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Juzi was shocked. When this voice appeared, her entire body trembled. A young girl wearing a fox mask appeared out of thin air. Let me introduce myself. I'm Alex. What do you want? Juzi asked very carefully. You have desires in your heart, but you've been suppressing them. I just can't stand those who suppress their desires. You want revenge, right? You want to be by your lover's side, right? You. Juzi was stunned. She actually knew what she wanted. Ha. If you have such strong desires, then release them. In the name of the original sin of desire. Release your desires. Alex tapped Juzi's forehead gently. In the next moment, the flames of revenge that had been buried in Juzi's heart were reignited. In the next moment, Juzi collapsed to the ground. Ha. That's more like it. The young girl in the mask laughed. It's a pity that you love the wrong person. That's our master, you know. Although he was. She took off her fox mask and revealed her cute appearance. She looked into the distance and smiled strangely. Master, everyone can't wait. Yuhao suddenly trembled. He seemed to have sensed something. What's wrong, Yuhao? The two girls asked. No, nothing. Yuhao shook his head. However, he didn't think so. He seemed to have sensed the aura of the first god of desire, Alex. It should be an illusion. If she's here, then the other 6 should be. Chapter 196. The Universe, Boom. An unimaginably huge 9-headed dragon smashed into the moon, forming a huge crater in the shape of a dragon. It was said that the formation of this crater had puzzled the scientists on Doloa for the next 20,000 years. Cough, I've digressed. The 9-headed dragon slowly crawled out of the crater, looking sharply at the 18 figures in the sky. Weren't those figures Yuhao and the others? And that 9-headed dragon was Austin Griffin. Roar. It's really troublesome to have no teammates to support me in a team battle, Austin Griffin complained. In a one-on-one fight, he could crush any one of Yuhao and the others. After all, he was now a godly emperor, and the strongest among Yuhao's group seemed to be Yuhao, a half-step godly emperor. He wouldn't lose even in a 1-on-5 fight. However, if it was a 1-on-1 fight with 18, it would be a little troublesome. Yuhao and the others landed on the moon, looking at the slightly injured Austin. It's really strong. It's only slightly injured under our group attack, Sela said, wagging her 9 tails. As expected of a godly emperor. Even if we're all godly kings who have grasped the power of the universe, we can only injure it this much in a group attack, Qi Lin said solemnly, sheathing her 2 golden swords behind her back. At this point, the White Dragon King looked at Yuhao, who was at the front, and asked, should we use 9 Dragon's Breath again? If we do that, we might fall first. Yuhao was hesitant. Let's restrain ourselves, the Inferno Dragon King said. But the next moment, Austin Griffin spoke. What do you think will happen if I destroy the moon? The next moment, everyone's expression changed. Without the moon, 13 Doloa would have no night and no moontide. This would cause the climate to become abnormal and the seasons to become chaotic. At that time, Doloa would become a dead planet. Stop it! The Dragon King's breath of the 8 great Dragon Kings had already gathered in their mouths. The Qilin drew his huge golden sword again, and the 9-tailed scorpion's tail was already aimed at Austin. The auras of the 7 spirit souls continuously fused with Yuhao. In the next instant, a 10th divine ring appeared behind Yuhao. In the next moment, Austin was surrounded. "Don't you dare move." Huo voice was laced with anger. "Ha ha ha ha. What's there to be afraid of?" Austin's ninth head pierced into the surface of the moon, and a massive destructive force began to enter the moon, about to destroy the interior of the moon. "Bastard! Let's go." Huo was furious. But in the next moment, a voice interrupted everyone. "How Stop." When Austin Griffin heard this voice, his entire body trembled. His ninth head stopped transmitting destructive force and slowly pulled itself out from the interior of the moon, looking in the direction of the voice in disbelief. Even Huo was slightly stunned when he saw this person suddenly appear. There was a familiar aura on his body. The person who appeared was a young man with large golden eyes, long eyelashes, a straight nose, fair skin, and moderately thick lips. His appearance was beautiful enough to make any woman jealous. If he were to dress up as a woman, he would definitely be a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. "Yuhao, I've finally found someone who's in the same situation as me." His long golden hair draped behind his back, and he wore a translucent white armor. The crown on his head was embedded with 9 gems, looking extremely dazzling. There were 3 pairs of golden wings on his back. There were many light elements revolving around him. What are you doing? Why are you running around again? Didn't I say that this would cause trouble for others?" The young man was very angry, and he came in front of Austin to lecture him. "Who is this kid? He actually dares to talk to Austin Griffin like that?" All the beasts were shocked. They could tell that this young man was not a god at all. To be precise, he was a god without a god. If there was a suitable god, he would have already become a god, and at the very least, he would definitely be at the level of an enforcer. Furthermore, his appearance had actually caused Austin Griffin to calm down and become extremely obedient. Its 18 pairs of eyes were filled with grievance. Was this still the Austin Griffin that had been boasting about destroying the moon? Now it was actually acting cute? So many powerful magical beasts. The young man also noticed that everyone present was not human. Although he himself was not a pure human. "I'm very sorry. My Haoyue has caused trouble for everyone." Haoyue was swept away by the space-time turbulence. "Don't ask me how I met him. I've been looking for him for a long time. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Long Haochen." When he heard Long Haochen, Huo suddenly froze. "Long Haochen? Long Haochen? Your senior apprentice brother?" Huo turned into his human form and said to Long Haochen in astonishment. Long Haochen also froze when he saw Huo, whose appearance was even worse than his. "Heavens! I finally found someone in the same predicament." The next moment, he reacted. "Senior apprentice brother? Brother, did you make a mistake? Is your teacher the holy necromancer Calamity, necromancer Electrolux?" Huo said. Long Haochen suddenly trembled and looked at Huo in disbelief. "I'm teacher's disciple in this world. When teacher was on the verge of death in your world, a trace of his soul crossed over to this world and met me. Teacher once mentioned senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister. I can be considered teacher's true successor." Huo said and used necromancy magic at the same time. It really is necromancy magic." Long Haochen was shocked. Was this person who was so beautiful that he could topple all living things really his junior apprentice brother? "But teacher, he clearly already—" "No, teacher has already been resurrected." Huo interrupted Long Haochen. Long Haochen's pupils shrank. "Teacher has been resurrected? Really?" At this moment, a gray ray of light came out from Huo's forehead and turned into a man with long gray hair. "Haochen, long time no see, teacher." Long Haochen was so emotional that tears flowed down his face as he knelt down. "Haha! You've finally acknowledged me as your teacher? Good, Haochen, quickly get up. Do you want your junior apprentice brother to laugh at you? Electrolux raised his hand and Long Houchen uncontrollably stood up from the ground. His teacher had become even stronger than before. He had actually detested Electrolux greatly in the past. However, ever since Electrolux had used the Heart of Eternity to save him, he had truly acknowledged this teacher. It's a pity that Kai didn't come out with me. Otherwise, she would definitely be very happy. Haoyue, alright, stop messing around. Let's go home. Long Houchen rubbed Austin Griffin and all 8 heads nodded at the same time. Only the 9th head did not. After all, the 9th head had once been his bad side. Even though he had managed to adjust himself, his temper was still the same. In Huiyuhao's words, he was still in his rebellious phase. Head of Heavenly Wrath, you know that I originally had to seal you, but I didn't. Do you know why? Long Houchen looked at Austin Griffin's 9th head. The head of Heavenly Wrath did not say anything. That's because you're a part of Haoyue. Then, you're also my family, my younger brother. Long Houchen smiled. Family. Younger brother. The head of Heavenly Wrath remained silent for a long time. Just when everyone thought he was going to give up, the head of Heavenly Wrath's eyes turned pure red. Destroy. The head of Heavenly Wrath opened his mouth and moved towards Long Houchen. Haoyue. Long Houchen was stunned. He never thought that Haoyue would suddenly attack him. Senior brother back. Huiyuhao hurriedly pulled him back. Everyone, beast, immediately entered a state of alert. The current Austin Griffin was very strange. The 8 heads immediately fell silent. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that their eyes had also turned pure red. The 8 Dragon Kings immediately had a bad premonition. They all charged towards the 8 heads and each dragon bit ahead. Scram! The 8 heads swung at the same time, throwing the 8 Dragon Kings away. When the 8 Dragon Kings stabilized themselves, 8 bolts of black lightning shot towards them. Lightning? Move aside, let me. Lightning Dragon King rushed out. His body was immediately surrounded by lightning. Under the effect of my heavenly lightning protection, no lightning attribute can harm me. The 8 bolts of lightning were originally scattered, but now they actually changed their trajectory at the same time and shot towards Lightning Dragon King. Boom! Lightning Dragon King slowly fell onto the moon. His eyes had turned into mosquito coils. Miscalculated. World-destroying black lightning. It's not within my range. Through saying that, he completely collapsed. He turned into purple light and entered Huiyuhao's forehead. Damn it! Everyone! Take revenge for Lei Yi. The remaining 7 Dragon Kings were furious. Great Earth Prison. Earth Dragon King's younger brother. Huge rocks began to drill out from the ground and imprisoned Haoyue. Fierce dragon bursting flames. Whirlwind clouds. Stormy waves. Holy radiance. Black dragon heavenly flame. Spatial fluctuation. Haoyue gave them a disdainful look. Elemental heavenly wrath. 9 different colored light waves were spat out from his mouth. They passed through the great earth prison, and those attacks were instantly destroyed. Just as they were about to land on the remaining 7 Dragon Kings, Huiyuhao suddenly stood in front of them. A huge ice mirror blocked in front of them. The ice mirror directly reflected the 9 light waves. They were reflected into the vast universe. And they even shattered a passing flying saucer to express their condolences. How can this be? Haoyue, what's wrong with you? Long Houchen said to him. Senior brother, don't go over. There's something wrong with him. Huiyuhao stopped him. It's not just a little. It's extremely wrong. Ilux said indifferently. The red eyes of the head of Heavenly Wrath stared at Huiyuhao. He let out a voice that Huiyuhao was very familiar with. I'll kill you, God of Emotions. This voice is... Huiyuhao was shocked. His face gradually turned cold. Divine Emperor of Order. What? All the beasts were shocked. Haoyue, you. Long Houchen was stunned. You actually used soul seas? I can't believe you actually did that. Can you be any more shameless? Did Austin offend you or offend you? Yuhao mocked. I'll kill you. I can temporarily borrow his body at all costs. The head of Heavenly Wrath's voice had completely become the voice of order. Bastard! Hurry up and get out of Haoyue's body. A sword had appeared in Long Haochen's hand at some point. The sword of eternity and creation, said the head of Heavenly Wrath. Yuhao's eyes revealed that he had expected it. No wonder it felt so familiar. So, I see. You're actually the successor chosen by the god of creation, said the head of Heavenly Wrath in shock. What did you say? I don't understand. Hurry up and get out of Haoyue's body. Long Haochen swung the sword of eternity and creation at the ninth head. Can you do that? He's your younger brother. Order's voice rang out. Long Haochen's movements suddenly froze. However, it was also in that instant that the head of Heavenly Wrath swung its head and slammed into Long Haochen. Long Haochen flew backwards like a meteor. Yuhao hurriedly caught the flying Long Haochen. Long Haochen spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? Yuhao asked. I'm fine. Thank you, junior brother. Long Haochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The two of them looked at Haoyue. What did he mean when he said that I'm the successor of some god of creation? Long Haochen was puzzled. It means on the surface, senior brother, you've been chosen by the god of creation. Her deity position is actually in your body. Yuhao was also a little surprised. The deity position of the god of creation? Could it be the divine throne of eternity and creation? Long Haochen said to Yuhao. Yes, that's her exclusive throne. At the same time, it's also her inheritance. If she fancies a suitable person, she'll pass her deity position to that person. Electrolux, who had been very calm from the side, said, But teacher, our place is clearly, I know. It's impossible to become a god, right? That's right. Our place is a place that the god realm has no jurisdiction over, so those who want to become a god in the end will all turn into nothingness. Electrolux said slowly, Senior brother, only you can save Austin now. He's the companion of the god of creation, so the only one who can save him is you. However, it's you after inheriting the deity position of the god of creation. Yuhao said to Long Haochen. Chapter 197. 1 year later, Daddy, what do you think my martial soul will be? 6-year-old Tang Wulin excitedly asked Tang Ziren. How could Daddy not know? You should have the same martial soul as your big brother. Tang Ziren rubbed his head. Could it be that my martial soul will also be a dragon? That's awesome, Tang Wulin excitedly said. Daddy? Where did big brother go? He only came back very late this year. Tang Wulin asked. Your big brother doesn't want to study here, so he has to work hard on his cultivation. Then, he will go to the academy that all soul masters dream of. Speaking of the academy that all soul masters dream of, Tang Wulin instantly revealed a yearning expression. That was the Shrek Academy that had stood tall for over 20,000 years. 20,000 years of vicissitudes had allowed it to nurture countless genius soul masters. It had even nurtured a god. For example, the earliest Shrek Academy from 20,000 years ago had nurtured the legendary Poseidon Tang San, who had destroyed the martial soul palace, as well as Tang San's younger brother, the god of fate, Tang Yu. It was said that Tang Yu was even more formidable than his brother. If one were to name the most monstrous student that Shrek Academy had nurtured, no one would hesitate to say that it was the god of emotions, Yuhao, who had suppressed foreign species and saved the continent of Doloa 10,000 years ago. His deeds surpassed even Tang San's, and his heroic deeds were too numerous to count. He had single-handedly challenged 100 geniuses from the Sun-Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. He was the youngest and most monstrous soul engineer in history, the youngest titled Doloa and Limit Doloa. He was also the youngest pavilion master of the Poseidon Pavilion in Shrek. He had single-handedly destroyed the headquarters of the Holy Ghost religion. His most important deed was to create pagoda to protect soul beasts and prevent them from being hunted. However, the current pagoda seemed to have violated its original intentions. His most glorious deed was to suppress foreign species and save the continent of Dolu. He was hailed as the hero who had saved the continent. Of course, other than his heroic deeds, he was also infamous for being the eye of the Shura. Once, during the second Soul Master Tournament, Ming-Du wanted to hold all the competitors hostage. This action angered Yuhao, and he used the metal materials that he had brought with him to develop the first Class 12 stationary soul cannon shell on the continent of Doloa Doomsday. It destroyed Ming-Du at that time. His infamous name, the Eye of the Shura, was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Sun Moon. It was said that Yuhao did not have twin martial souls. He had at least 4 martial souls. One of them even had some of the abilities of an evil soul master. He had the power to control the dead and purify evil. Tang Wulin grew up listening to the stories of Tang San and Yuhao. He yearned to become a powerful soul master like them, Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin reacted. It's my turn. It's my turn. An hour later, Tang Wulin walked out dejectedly. How is it, Lin Lin? Tang Ziren asked. Dad, my martial soul is blue-silver grass. Innate Class 3 soul power. He dejectedly stretched out his right hand, and a strand of blue-silver grass drilled out. Tang Ziren was stunned. It's fine, Lin Lin. But you have soul power. Do you know how difficult it is for a blue-silver grass martial soul to produce soul power? Even if it does, it won't necessarily be Class 3. Your blue-silver grass is definitely 1 in a million. Tang Wulin cheered up after being comforted. He returned home, ate a bowl of rice, and went to sleep. Late at night, I'm back. The 7-year-old Tang Wulin opened the door and walked in. His long blue hair draped over his back. However, the two noticed that the ends of his hair were dyed with a layer of white. Oh! You're back, Lin Ling, Tang Ziren, who was reading the newspaper, and Langya, who was washing the dishes, said. Where's Wulin? Tang Wulin asked. He went to sleep after eating a bowl of rice. His martial soul awakened today, and he suffered a blow. His martial soul is blue-silver grass, and he has innate Class 3 soul power. Tang Ziren said with some heartache. Tang Wulin pondered for a moment. I'll go take a look at Wulin. He entered the room and closed the door. Blue-silver grass. If it really is blue-silver grass, then it's strange. Tang Wulin slowly turned around and looked at the sleeping Tang Wulin. His body was covered with strange light golden-veined patterns that emitted a strange life force and a natural fragrance, a sealed blue-silver emperor. Tang Wulin laughed. It's the same as Tang San in the past. It's just that his innate soul power is different, he said. He actually has my God's core sealed in his body. Is this the person you approve of? A youth's voice rang out, and a palm-sized golden-haired boy suddenly appeared and sat on Tang Wulin's shoulder. Yes, he is the person I approve of, Tang Wulin said. I believe in him. He will definitely be able to do it. When Tang Wulin woke up again, he discovered that he was covered with a blanket and that there was a freshly made grilled fish beside him. Did Big Brother come back last night? If only I had Big Brother's golden dragon martial soul. No. Cheer up, Tang Wulin. You have to go to school today. You can't be discouraged. Good. He picked up the grilled fish and took a bite. Delicious. As expected of Big Brother's grilled fish. After eating, I'll quickly report to school. In the evening, when he walked out of Red Mountain Academy, Tang Wulin's face was filled with unhappiness. Everything he had experienced today was more depressing than anything he had experienced in his life. He grew up in a very ordinary commoner family, but his family was harmonious. His parents had a very good relationship and were especially fond of him. Even when he made a mistake, they would earnestly teach him. But today, at the academy, he felt for the first time what was called difficult. Because his martial soul was blue-silver grass, his classmates ostracized him. Even the teacher wasn't enthusiastic about him. In the afternoon, when he was guiding the students in their meditation, the teacher clearly spent the least amount of time with him. Is my martial soul really that bad? The unhappiness on Tang Wulin's face gradually turned into stubbornness. Even if my martial soul isn't good, I will still become a great soul master. Big Brother said that success is 99% hard work and 1% talent. If my martial soul isn't good enough, then I'll work especially hard. According to the legends, Yuhao's innate soul power was even lower than mine, but he relied on his own efforts to become the most monstrous soul master in history. But why am I hungry again? Tang Wulin rubbed his stomach, somewhat puzzled. The school life included lunch, and there was no limit to it. The students of the Soul Master class had better food than the students of the normal class. Tang Wulin ate a lot, to the point that he directly gained the nickname of Rice Bucket. The amount of food he ate was almost equal to half of the total amount of food that the other students ate. It exceeded an adult's appetite. In the past, although his appetite wasn't small, he couldn't eat so much. Moreover, it was only the afternoon, and he was already hungry. When I go back, I must ask Big Brother to make a lot of roasted fish for me. As he walked, a small figure on the side of the road suddenly attracted his attention. A little girl was squatting on the side of the road. She looked even younger than him, but she had a head of short silver hair. When the sun shone on her rare hair color, it naturally reflected the light. As if there was something in the unseen world, the little girl raised her head to look at him. Her face was dirty, and with her somewhat shabby clothes, she looked like a little beggar. However, other than her short silver hair, she also had a pair of eyes that stood out from the rest. Her eyes were very large, and her pupils were like two limpid amethysts. Even though there was some distance between them, Tang Wulin seemed to be able to see his own reflection in her eyes. Her long eyelashes naturally curled upwards. Tang Wulin's own eyes were very beautiful, and he naturally had a good impression of people of the same age with big eyes. He subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Their eyes met, and the little girl didn't avoid his gaze. There was only a bit of surprise in her beautiful big eyes. "Little girl, where are your parents?" At this moment, a few hooligan-looking young men were also attracted by the silver hair, and gathered around the little girl. The little girl didn't look at them, and lowered her head again. The few young men looked at each other, and one of them said, "This silver hair is really rare. Maybe she's a foreign race from the other two continents. I think the underground black market will like her very much. Moreover, her eyes are purple." The other young men's eyes suddenly revealed a greedy look, and they nodded to each other. The young man who spoke earlier squatted down. "Hey, little girl, where's your family?" The little girl lowered her head and shook it, but didn't say anything. The young man smiled and said, "Are you hungry? Big Brother will take you to eat something delicious, how about it?" The little girl shook her head again, this time with more force. The young man gave a look to his companions, and with one hand, he grabbed the little girl's arm and pulled her up from the ground. The others surrounded them, blocking the outside view. In the little girl's scream, the young man had already carried her on his shoulder. "What are you doing? Let go of that girl!" A childish, angry shout rang out, scaring the few young men. When they looked back, they couldn't help but reveal a look of shame and anger. The one who stood up for the injustice was actually a little boy, who was not even as tall as their waists, but was very beautiful. The young man behind showed a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes, and raised his foot to kick Tang Wulin. "Little brat, you still dare to meddle in other people's business." Tang Wulin was kicked over and fell more than 2 meters away, his face covered in dirt. "You bad people!" He rolled on the ground and immediately got up, rushed to the young men, and blocked their way. The young man who was carrying the little girl showed a fierce look on his face. The movement here had attracted the attention of some passers-by. After all, they were on the street. With a flick of his wrist, a glittering dagger appeared in his palm, and he gestured at Tang Wulin. "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Tang Wulin looked at him stubbornly and said angrily, "Bad people will not have a good ending. Big Brother said that if you see a weak person, you must help. The point is that the girl is not weak at all." "Humph! You don't know what's good for you." The young man put down the little girl, and Tang Wulin quickly pulled the silver-haired girl behind him. "Don't worry, I will protect you." The silver-haired girl looked up at Tang Wulin and nodded gently. "Brat, prepare to die." The young man raised the dagger and was about to stab. In the next moment, a blue figure blocked in front of Tang Wulin. The figure's right hand grabbed the dagger and squeezed gently. Crack! The dagger broke. "Get out of my way. Get as far away as possible." The blue eyes stared at the three people's eyes, and the three people suddenly seemed to have been brainwashed, and they really did roll on the ground very far away. "Big Brother!" Tang Wulin said excitedly. "Wasn't that blue figure Tang Wulin? You brat, you almost worried me to death." Tang Wulin touched Tang Wulin's head and said. Tang Wulin suddenly found that half of his brother's hair had been dyed pure white. "Big Brother, your hair, it's nothing. It's just a change after cultivation," Tang Wulin said. "Big Brother, this girl is very pitiful. Why don't we take her in?" Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin and said. Tang Wulin only noticed the girl now, but in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he seemed very shocked. The girl hurriedly turned her head away, not looking at Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin frowned slightly. "Okay, Big Brother?" Tang Wulin didn't notice the change in Tang Wulin's expression. "Well, it depends on whether this one is willing or not." Tang Wulin looked at the silver-haired girl and smiled. The silver-haired girl didn't say anything and just nodded. "That's great," she agreed. "May I ask, what's your name?" Tang Wulin said excitedly. "I'm Na said softly. "I'm Tang Wulin, and this is my big brother, Tang Wulin," Tang Wulin said. "Gulu gulu," 3 strange sounds sounded. Tang Wulin and were very embarrassed. Tang Wulin was a bit confused. "Why am I also hungry? I remember that I just ate a 10,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale at noon. Scary. Okay, you 2 little hungry ghosts go home. Big Brother will make delicious food for you," Tang Wulin said with a smile. He glanced at the forest behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up, but he didn't say anything. "In the forest, Tion, that person, who is he? He actually discovered us?" A girl with dark green hair said. "That aura, could it be?" Tion's face was full of shock. "Tang Wulin and his family. Child, you really like to show off. If it wasn't for your big brother being on the way home, you might've." Lang Yu lectured Tang Wulin, and also agreed to let stay. Lang Yu hurriedly took Tang Wulin and to take a bath. Don't think too much. As for dinner, Tang Wulin rolled up his apron, stretched his hands, and an ice-blue knife appeared out of thin air, and caught a big, lively fish. "It's time to show off my unique skills." When Tang Ziren returned home, he was shocked to find that the 3 children were like reincarnated hungry ghosts, gnawing on roasted fish, roasted chicken, and roasted pig trotters. After dinner, "I'll take to see if we can find her family." Tang Wulin pulled out. Tang Wulin was a bit reluctant to let go. "Outside, speak. Why are you here?" Tang Wulin looked at her. "Shouldn't I be the one asking that question?" Looked at Tang Wulin. "Your aura has changed. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Thank you for your praise." Don't tell me you want to invade the human world now? What? You want to stop me? If I remember correctly, you said 20,000 years ago that you wouldn't stop me. Naur said indifferently. I won't stop you. I've lost my cultivation, and I can't even protect myself. How can I stop you? You're the Silver Dragon King, Tang Wulin said with a bitter smile. My cultivation isn't as good as it used to be. I can't even compare to the weakest god. Naur stretched out her right hand and touched Tang Wulin's chest. Are you all right? Your cultivation is slowly recovering. You're already a soul king. However, it seems like you can only use one martial soul. Naur retracted her hand and added, the dragon god martial soul. It can also split into twin martial souls, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. That's amazing. It shouldn't be a problem for me to stay here, right? After all, you're the only person I know and trust in the human world. You won't chase me away, right? Naur smiled at Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin's mouth twitched. This girl really dared to say anything. I won't. Stay as you please. I won't charge you any money. As long as you don't mess around, it's fine. Naur smiled. Thank you. With that, she went back to Tang Wulin's house. Tang Wulin looked back at the forest. Your master will stay here for now. Let's go back. With that, he went back. In the forest, what do we do? Tion. It's fine. Let's go back. If it's that person, he won't harm the Lord. The little moth suddenly transformed into a golden-haired youth wearing a hooded pajamas. He held a small notebook in his hand. I've already investigated it thoroughly. I have to say that pagoda is rotten to the core. 3,000 years ago, they tricked the soul beasts of the Star Doe forest. After the soul beasts were defeated in a huge battle, Pagoda took advantage of the situation and built the Star Doe fortress there. They reached an agreement with the soul beasts that humans wouldn't continue to cut down trees or hunt soul beasts. The soul beasts could only live here. If the soul beasts attacked the humans' defensive line, the humans had the right to kill them. If the humans entered the fortress, the soul beasts could also kill them. It seemed like both sides were equal, but hundreds of years after the fortress was built, it revealed its true appearance, a cage to trap soul beasts. The soul beasts were like caged pets. Pagoda started to sell tickets to enter the fortress at a high price. Those who entered were responsible for their own lives, but there were still many people who came in to hunt for soul rings. At that time, it was too late for the soul beasts to regret their decision. At that time, the soul beasts were no longer a match for the humans. Modern technology made it so that the soul beasts could only bitterly endure. After forming this huge cage, Pagoda didn't force the soul beasts too hard. Humans didn't disturb the soul beasts' lives. They only let people in occasionally. Only a few people who paid a high price were protected by Pagoda. The soul beasts were no longer a threat. Everything was under the control of the humans. Pagoda did this and became the #1 organization on the continent. Their artificial spirit souls were starting to reach the 10,000-year level. 100,000-year artificial spirit soul was being developed, but the price was exorbitant. Furthermore, there was a spirit ascension platform that simulated the soul beast forest and soul beast. Killing the simulated soul beasts could increase the rank of the spirit soul, and there was even a possibility of soul bones being born. The elementary spirit ascension platform cost 500,000 Federation coins, and higher prices could even reach tens of millions. Recently, they and the Federation had been researching something called the Star Battle Net. Currently, the Tower Master of Pagoda, East Wind Through the Ages, was an ambitious person. He wanted Pagoda to follow the example of the Martial Soul Palace from 20,000 years ago and unify the entire continent. He wanted to unify the entire continent of Dolua and even 13 Dolua. Pagoda doesn't seem to be on good terms with Shrek and the Tangmen at all. Furthermore, when I was monitoring East Wind Through the Ages, I discovered that he had some dealings with the Holy Ghost religion, They seem to be plotting something. Most importantly, the Spirit Pagoda is currently supporting the War Eagle faction, so perhaps a world war is going to erupt soon. Brother Skydream concluded. Glancing at Yuhao, he discovered that Yuhao had lowered his head, and his fringe covered his face. Damned bastards! A furious roar rang out. Why has Pagoda fallen to such an extent? Why did they go against the principles I set? These bastards! Tang Wulin punched the ground. At this moment, the entire continent of Dolua began to tremble. The sleeping commoners hurriedly ran out of their rooms. Some experts stood up and said that the tectonic movement had caused a small earthquake on the entire continent, and that it wouldn't pose a threat. Everyone believed them. You actually believe the words of an expert? That's because Yuhao didn't use any force. If he did, then the continent would be doomed. Nar and Tang Wulin were shaken to the point that they fell onto the beach. That's strange. Why would a small earthquake happen out of nowhere? Nar remained silent. She sensed an angry youth not too far away. Big brother, let's go back, Nar said. Okay. Tang Wulin pulled Nar away from the beach. Tang Wulin walked out and looked at the sea of stars. Sooner or later, I'll get rid of you Pagoda, trash. You dare to go against my rules? It seems like these trash have guts. Tang Wulin, no, Yuhao was really angry. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.